Oh, oh, hey guys. I almost didn't see you all there. Wow, I just no spoilers, but the future's pretty good. They even gave me a cup of coffee. It's a good cup. It's a good cup of coffee. Wow. A lot to look forward to. That's all I gotta say. I don't know how long I was in there or, what happened, but it's pretty exciting. But welcome to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. My name is Adef. You might have seen me interviewing people at AGDQ 2022 online, but gamers, the speedrunning does not end there. Hotfix is year-round speedrunning content that takes place right here on the GDQ channel. It is every day. We have regular shows that happen weekly and shows that happen bi-weekly. There are fantastic shows from hosts you know, such as The First Step featuring J Hobbs and Keyzeron, which is every Thursday night. Or yours truly, I host two shows on the GDQ Hotfix. I host Challenger Approaching and PB Precipice. Challenger Approaching is every other Friday night, and PB Precipice is every other Sunday afternoon. Most weekends, Hotfix starts at 1 p.m. Eastern, and weeknights starts at 7 p.m. Eastern. So put it down on your calendars, get excited. There's tons of speedrunning content. We have other amazing hosts like Skybills, Kung Fu Fruit Cup. The list goes on. But gamers, today, Intro to Hotfix. This is a show where I am going to walk you through some of what Hotfix has to offer. I've invited 3 other Hotfix showrunners on to do sort of examples of what our shows are like. So we're each going to do a run that represents one of our shows. So I'm going to represent Challenger Approaching, which is the first show I had on Hotfix, which is a show all about challenge runs. So I'm going to do something with that. Later on, we will have Fant showing off Mario Party for his show, The Game Masters. We will have Frozen Flynum showing off Celeste. And we will have Ecdysis showing off Saw. We'll get into what all of those shows are and what those games represent very soon. But right now, first of all, I'd like to say thank you for everybody donating during AGDQ 2022. But like I said, there's more speedrunning content coming right up. So why don't we get right into it? Let's get some emotes in the chat. Let's watch Hotfix. Okay, gamers. So I'm playing Breath of the Wild today. This is my main speed game. This is what I play over on my channel pretty much all the time. The first thing you'll notice, obviously, we're in French, because if you've been around speedrunning for a while, sometimes other languages are faster. But Challenger Approaching, like I said, is a show all about challenge runs. So these are things like damage lists, hit lists, low percent, glitch lists, low percent. There's the whole gamut, and you can find all Hotfix content actually on YouTube. And I'm now realizing that I got to give you the announcements too. We've got announcements, gamers. Awesome Games Done Quick 2022 online is over, but Hotfix is year-round. That much I have said. You can actually check out all of our show info at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. And if you are watching on Twitch, you can actually find us on YouTube at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. Be sure to subscribe. All Hotfix VODs are uploaded there. You're not going to want to miss it. And if you've missed out on any Hotfix content or any of the runs at AGDQ 2022 online, they're all available there. So be sure to go to our YouTube page. But now, Breath of the Wild. I will be showing off Breath of the Wild damage lists, or I will be trying. A consistent theme throughout Challenger Approaching is that, we are doing showcases of things. And so a lot of times the challenge will not be completed to the fullest extent. So there's a good chance I will take damage, but we're going to try to minimize damage taken. So I'm going to go ahead and get started as the timer starts a little bit later. But yes, hello, everybody. I missed all of you. I received lots of Twitter tweets and DMs and things that basically just said, "Are you alive?" Which was a truly surreal experience. But I'm here, and I am excited to show this to you. So Breath of the Wild damage list is a super cool category. And it is actually interesting because it doesn't differ that much from any percent. It's just more stressful because you cannot take intentional damage, which is done many times throughout the any percent speedrun. And you can't take weather damage. Basically, a hit counts as anything a quarter heart or more. So basically, if Link's health increments down, we have failed. But again, I will keep going no matter what. Okay. So, we're going to get right into it. Time starts here in 3, 2, 1. So, the first thing that happens in a damageless speedrun is I need to clip out of the Shrine of Resurrection. Because currently I'm in this sort of beginning area. And you know that cutscene when you get onto the Great Plateau for the first time and it's all cinematic and beautiful? We're going to skip that because that is the cutscene actually that sets time of day. And so the time of day is going to stay locked around 5 a.m. and the weather will always be sunny. If we do this, that's sort of like side effects though. The important part is that it skips that cutscene, which saves a good chunk of time. There's lots of gamers coming in. Again, this is GDQ Hotfix, regular speedrunning content here on the GDQ channel every day. You don't want to miss it. All right, so I'm going to try to clip out here with a precise jump into the first-person camera. There we go. And now, if you've seen an any percent run, this is going to be a little bit different because if you go the normal any percent route, you take cold damage no matter what. So we're going to try to avoid the cold damage triggers here. I actually learned this morning because I was getting ready for the show and I was like, oh yeah, I can't go the normal way. All right, so we're going to try to be very careful not to hit the cutscene trigger here. And go up here. We're trying to clip back in bounds here. And we're out. Okay, so we have just skipped the Shrine of Resurrection. And now our goal is to make it over to this Bokoblin camp safely. We don't want to take any weather damage. That's the goal. I'm also doing this thing called whistle sprinting pretty often, which is where I maintain stamina by holding D-pad down and mashing B. And that is intentional. So I want to beat the Bokoblins to this, which it looks like I'm not going to. I want to beat them to their Boko Spears. Whew, I just did. Okay. Excellent. I now want to kill these guys, but I don't want to die myself. Okay, great. Right away. Okay, 2 damage already. This is going great. Great. You know, I wouldn't have it any other way. 2 damage right off the bat. You absolutely hate to see it. Excellent. Well, the first thing we're going to do now, we're going to light this. We're going to get rid of this. We're going to get this other Boko Spear here. Put it away. And now we need cold food. So I'm going to cook 2 things of cold food here. You know, it feels right that I failed right away. Now the expectation is set, right? You know, this is just the 8F way. We're just, you know, this is life now. All right, so we have our cold food. Now we can, you know, Twitch chat, pretend you didn't see that. We're gonna act like we're starting fresh. We're starting fresh here. This is a fresh start. You know, in my mind, this is the first cutscene. The game hasn't even been played yet. This is it. This is where the game starts. So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, nothing has happened when no damage has been taken. This is an 8F show? Yeah. The thing you should know about 8F shows is that they're incredibly cursed, and things never go to plan, and it's always a good time. We're going to kill this guy. I don't know why I went into first person there. Okay, so this is where the speedrun is going to take a crazy turn here. All right, so I'm getting a bow and some arrows, and now I'm going to do a brand new glitch as of like 2 months ago called Bliss, or Bow Lift Smuggle Slide. Check this out, gamers. Pretty interesting glitch. You can see Link is now holding an object in his right hand and his bow in his left hand. He's going to do something a little weird here, where I can fly now. Link is in this state where the object is pushing him in midair in this state he's stuck in. And do a fall damage cancel there. And now, because we skipped that first cutscene and we never raised the tower, we actually cannot get into this shrine like normal. So we need to clip in, which actually this is going quite well. Excellent. All right, we are into the bombs shrine. That was with a trick called Skew. Skew is this thing where you land with your shield on a sloped ledge. And then when you do a shield jump and unequip your shield, Link does this like doink. I don't know why that's how I described it, but he does a doink. He like flops to the other side and is able to clip through certain walls. It's pretty precise, but it is so useful. And because we're never going to raise that tower, we actually have to do this for all 4 shrines on the plateau. Because you still cannot leave the plateau without the paraglider. You got to beat all 4 shrines for that. Okay, gamers, if you are just joining us, I'm going to do this several times, but if you're just joining us, this is Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is the intro to Hotfix, where I, ADEF, am going to walk you through sort of what Hotfix is and the fact that we have regular speedrunning content here on the GDQ channel outside of AGDQ and SGDQ. So year-round, nearly every day, we have shows. I run 2 shows, Challenger Approaching and PB Precipice. There are lots of other shows. Kung Fu Fruit Cup, whom you might know, who's on the interview team. She does That's Never Happened Before. It's a great show about glitch showcases. There are shows like Random Number Generation, which is a show all about randomizer speedruns. Mercy Kill, which is a show about rusty speedruns. There's lots of great stuff, gamers. You really don't want to miss it. And we're here every night. And I don't know. Hotfix is a lot of fun, and I cannot recommend it enough. I mean, I know that's a little self-centered because I literally run 2 shows, but all the same, it's a lot of fun, and we would love to have you. Because you enjoyed AGDQ so much, and we're here to tell you, they're speedrunning all the time. And also, it's worth mentioning that for our shows, it's usually not us playing. We actually bring on runners from the community to showcase things on our shows. We're just the show runners. Sometimes we play on our own shows, but not always. Most of the time, it is community members that we bring on to do showcases, and they're a lot of fun, and there's some really cool stuff. So you can always visit gamesdonequick.com/hotfix to get more info about every show. I chose the wrong text option, but yes, this is supposed to be a sort of plug for Challenger Approaching. This is my segment of this show. We'll have 3 more showrunners on today to showcase their shows, but this is Challenger Approaching, which is a show I run all about challenge runs and the gamers that do them. Okay, so the next thing we need is a beetle, which I actually don't have a backup strat for if it's not there, so we're gonna hope it's there. I wonder if you can get the one by the Shrine of Resurrection, because I never went over there, and there's 2 guaranteed there. We're just gonna hope he's here. And he is. Okay, that's good. We need this beetle. Okay, so that'll be for attack up food later. So now I'm gonna do this bliss trick again. I can use the square bomb, it's fine. I did bombs first, because I can use the bombs as an item to pick up at any time. And so I can basically do this like bliss trick anywhere where I can step up onto something like that. And then I wiggle the analog stick to and fro without ever resting the analog stick in neutral. Because if the analog stick falls into neutral for any amount of time, I actually drop the glitch and fall to the ground. And then once I've charged up enough, I can just turn forward. I kind of want that. Okay. The good news is I don't have to get as much food because the idea is not taking any damage, so. All right, I need to actually get rid of my skew from before and get a new skew here. That should work. We're gonna clip into the Magnesis Shrine here. Just like that. And now we need to clip back in bounds. Just like that. What's he doing with his hand? I'm going like this. I'm like wiggling the analog stick back and forth. Okay, so Magnesis. Again, this is a little bit different than any percent because I can't take damage. And there's a lot of times in any percent where you intentionally take damage to gain speed, such as wind bombs. That might be a trick that you're familiar with. We cannot wind bomb in damageless. Also, yeah, there's this lovely hit counter right here. I did take 2 hits right at the start, which is pretty epic, but it's all good. Okay. So, we're going to try to get through Magnesis without getting hit by this Guardian up here. No promises. No promises. Sometimes he shoots really early, and it's just, like, impossible to avoid. Okay. So you saw there when I unequipped my shield, you actually got a good look at skew, because I still have skew. Link sort of, you know, doinking to the side. I mean, BILs. That name is Forsaken. Okay. So, typically, one does not do this route. I'm now realizing I've, like, kind of caged myself in, actually, because I've done now the any % route for Plateau, but I don't have a way... I'd have to just walk back. Is it clear I've never done this run before? I was like, what's a quick under-hour challenge run in Breath of the Wild? This one works. So I'm going to kind of route this on the fly here. I do have an idea. Also, I'm going to try to be just normal sprinting whenever I can, because whistle sprinting is slightly slower than normal sprinting. It doesn't use stamina, which is really nice, obviously. But, you know. I'm going to get these. So I still have skew. Every time I unequip my shield in midair, you are going to see Link do that thing where he, like, flops to the side. Just like this. Okay, I'm going to go sort of a long way up to Cryonis. Should be fine. But yes, I hope you're all doing wonderfully this morning. Again, you know, we here at the GDQ team cannot thank you enough for your generosity during AGDQ 2022. The fact that we hit a new donation total that has never been hit before is so amazing. And we're just so thankful for all that you gamers have done. And we're excited to keep showing you speedrunning content all the time here at Hotfix. I actually don't know if you can get to Cryonis from here easily. I think the answer is probably no. Because I don't think I have enough stamina, but we're gonna give it the old college try. Basically just looking for like a... Oh, you know what? We'll go up around this side. That's fine. That's fine. Well, I should have just walked this way in the first place, but this works. Okay. There's the old man. He hasn't been triggered yet because we never watched the cutscene, so he is not triggered to move. So he just stands there. He's also in multiple places in the plateau, kind of just like standing still. It's an interesting skill. What was the amount? I believe around $3.4 million for the Prevent Cancer Foundation, which is amazing. All right, so we're going to eat our first cold food here, which allows us protection from the cold. We are going to run up to stasis. I made 2 sets of cold food just in case. Ideally, we should only need 1. But, you know, you just never know. Also, I don't need the arrows, and I don't want to get hit by those Bokoblins up there, so I'm actually going to skip that Bokoblin camp and just run over here. $3.4 billion. Maybe in the future, where I guess canonically just was. Also, I'd like to give a huge shout out to our moderation team. That team worked so hard over the entire event, and some of them are still here moderating this show. So big thank you to the mod team. Okay, so now we got to clip into stasis here. I don't think that's gonna work. Oh, I also needed to get rid of my skew, so give me a second here. So I'm gonna do shield jump on a flat surface to get rid of my skew. That's not enough. Oh, that actually might work. Stasis is like notoriously difficult to clip into. Or not. It's the easiest to clip back into, though. I say as I can't do it. Okay. Goes to the future and doesn't check the GDQ donation PB. No, Brosauce, I can't. No spoilers, all right? I'm not here to spoil the future for you. You all got to experience it for yourself. Also, I'm going to be annoying for a second and plug myself. There's a lot of people here, and I'd be remiss and I think stupid if I didn't. But I also speedrun on my channel, twitch.tv/ADEF. I play a lot of Breath of the Wild, but I also speedrun lots of other games. A lot of Zelda games, do lots of challenge runs. I play a lot of Pokemon as well. You should come by sometime, check us out. Okay, typically you would shield jump past this boulder in a speedrun, but if you fall, you take damage. So I'm gonna not do that. I'm just gonna do it this way. And I'm actually gonna clear my skew now. Adef, you are legend, plug away. Thank you. Oh my god, okay, well, there are a lot of people here. Again, gamers, this happens every day. We do 6 speedrunning content on the Games Done Quick channel every day. I know I've said this a million times, but I'm just gonna keep saying it as more and more people cycle in. We have regular shows. There's sort of a scrolling bar actually on the bottom of your stream right now that is showing some different shows and what time you can catch them. So be sure to be paying attention to that. All the shows, I have just been told by the magical voice in my head. Can we get... I want chat to do something for me right now. Can we just get a We Heart You Richard going in chat? Because my boy, Richard, is an absolute legend and produces many of the Hotfix shows alongside Railcoon. They are the 2 unsung heroes of Hotfix. And they also did lots of production work for your favorite AGDQ 2022. Let's get a We Heart You Richard. Oh, I'm on the boulder. Okay, and Link doesn't want to fly anymore. So we are going to set that back up. I'm just gonna kind of... No, Link, I know you want to walk up to these boulders and be like, look at it, it's a rock. But I don't want you to do that. I actually... Okay. Link is not cooperating. That's okay. You know, we have rough days. Everybody does. One of these days, he's gonna want to do it. Almost, he teleported, which was nice. Okay, Link. Oh my god. I have not seen many of these. Oh, no, just go this way. Just go this way. It's fine. We'll go slow. It's okay, Link. Don't touch the tree. Okay, okay, okay. And go this way. All right. Let's go, Link. Let's go, Link. All right. Great. Perfect. All right, so final shrine clip here. We need to get into Cryonis. Do that like this. That might work. Let's check it. Oh yeah, that should be fine. Get my angle here. Clip right on in. Now this one we need to clip back into this way. Just like that. The shrine clips were really good. I wish my any percent attempts were that good with shrine clips. That was exceptionally sick. Very fast on all 4 of them. I think it was first try on all 4. Which, again, would be delightful to have in my runs. But, you know, sometimes we're just not that lucky. And that's okay. The real question, everybody, is how are all of you doing today? They all big vibing today? I deeply hope so. Yeah, Hotfix is cozy. It's just like a really nice little community of people, and by little I mean quite large, community of people who gather every day to watch really cool things happen on the GDQ stream. I do not want to take damage from this fellow, so I'm just going to delete him. He hath been deleted, as we, of course, say. Hi, Adef, I missed you. I missed you all, too. Doing good, chilling. Everybody's saying big chilling. That's great. Vibing. Ooh, you know what I like to do in my stream, gamers? Is I like to, first of all, you'll notice I say gamers all the time. I wish I didn't say so much, but I have this thing. I don't know if this happens to you, but I have this thing where if I ironically say a word for too long, it unironically slips into my vocabulary and I can't get rid of it. And I now can't stop saying the word gamers. It literally, I say it all the time, and I wish I said it less. But we do this thing on my stream where we do a vibe check. And if you could do me a little favor and just press 1 if you are vibing at the moment, just type 1 in the chat. You are vibing. That would just mean the world to me. All right, another little bliss here to get over to the paraglider. And in a second here, we're going to see the full power of bliss. You're going to be truly amazed, I think. A linguistic plague. I think I just did it to myself. So that was a fall damage cancel again, not to take damage there. Where I unequip and re-equip an item while throwing an item. Okay, so this is not a very fast paraglider time, but all things considered, it's okay. It's damageless +2. Okay, so now we got to get to the castle. I'm also realizing the castle route I typically take is not going to work. This ought to be fun. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to bliss to the castle. This is actually the intended way to get to the castle. If you did it any other way, you actually did it wrong, which is interesting. This is the full power of bliss right here. So again, I'm charging my backwards momentum by like wiggling in the opposite direction. But also, I don't want to wiggle too much because there is a speed cap. And if I reach the speed cap, Link will stop. So I'm sort of trying to just toe that line. Yeah, I'm just flying over Hyrule here. This trick was discovered just a handful of months ago. Why in this language? Parce que c'est le meilleur. Okay. So we're actually going to see a funny version of Castle here. It's not all the way loaded yet. As you can see, this little sand castle we've got here. And it's just loaded in there. And we're going to unequip and re-equip the shield to hasten the load. We're going to force objects to unload and reload. Adef, can you help with my homework? Almost certainly not. Is that is cheating. Okay, I think... Also, we're waiting for a cutscene to play here. I think in a previous route, like years ago, you could just paraglide over here. Typically, I wind bomb this gap, but I can't do that because that takes damage. So I'm just gonna paraglide over. You were having withdrawal from not having hotfix, but now by not having GDQ, and now you've been saved by hotfix. I think if I just climb like normal, I will make this. We'll enjoy this slow little climb here. But yes, gamers, if you are just coming in, this is GDQ Hotfix, regular speedrunning content on the GDQ channel. it's not just AGDQ and SGDQ and GDQX. We also have Hotfix, which literally every day we have cool runners coming on and doing shows. And today is Intro to Hotfix, just to teach you all that we've got cool stuff going on. And we're gonna have a couple other showrunners besides myself. I run 2 shows. We're gonna have a couple other showrunners on, showcasing their stuff and kind of giving you an idea of what Hotfix is about. It's literally every day. Like, I'm not, like, that's not a joke. Okay, we need 1 banana. 1. We need 1 banana here. That's what in the business we call Pog Champion. First try Nana. Don't get caught by this guardian, please. Cool. So we're going through Castle to prepare for the Ganon fights. Because I gotta fight all 4 Blights and Calamity Ganon in a row. So we're getting a bunch of good stuff in Castle to prep for that. I'm also doing this thing called throw sprinting here. Where I am like throwing and pressing B at the same time to do this little weird rock. It's not as loud as whistle sprinting, and it also conserves stamina. Just a little harder, not difficult though. I would say if there's anywhere we're gonna take damage, it's probably here. We need to stealth strike this moblin or else he kills us. Good. We need that. And we need this. And we need his guts. We need his stomach, I guess. And we want a bunch of these. I'm gonna be kind of careful here. Good arrow yield. Kind of. I'm gonna pick up some apples here on accident. I don't need them because damageless, but okay, that's fine. Show us rupee printing. All right, gamers. So again, this is Hotfix. Welcome to all. AGDQ is over, but there is more speedrunning content year-round. We want him to see that square bomb. He does. We do that. He gets distracted. You know, understandable. Also, I'd be remiss if I didn't say you can find me also year-round at twitch.tv/ADEF. We have a good time over on my channel. I do a lot of Zelda speedrunning, mostly Breath of the Wild these days, but I play tons of games. I'm actually gonna save. So yeah, twitch.tv/ADEF. If you feel like dropping a follow, I greatly appreciate it. It's like 2 clicks to do so, and really helps me out. Okay. We're gonna cook our attack food here. Excellent. Now we need this. We're gonna throw this. Oh, I don't need this as well. Okay. What's my arrow count look like? I only have 5 bomb arrows. That's not great. Oh, I can't win bomb. I'm actually not sure where I should go. We're gonna figure this out together. Can confirm ADEF plays games. ADEF, do you intend to check out Arceus? Yes, Legends Arceus looks so good. I'm really excited to try it out, personally. Don't see me. Okay, that's not great. I'm gonna do this. Okay, that was not helpful. What is the best plan of attack here? Trying to think of the best way up. Typically you win bomb up. I wasn't really thinking about the route, honestly, and I'm realizing it's not as simple Yes, intro to Hotfix. Okay. Guardians falling from the sky. Very normal day in Hyrule. Okay. We're gonna hang out here for a second. All right. I think the best way is that way, which we do not want you to see me. I think we can occlude him. Yeah, okay. Can we get up there like this? I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. My favorite weapon, I like the Royal Claymore and the black, like, Royal Claymore a lot. I think they look super cool. Please don't shoot me, friend. What was in the door? Future. Okay, there are dudes everywhere that I'm trying to avoid here. What is this mode? This is Breath of the Wild, any percent damageless. I've taken 2 hits, unfortunately, but those were both in the first 3 minutes. I haven't taken damage since then, and I'm hopeful we won't take any more. But you just never know. I'm actually gonna save here just to be really safe. I can actually prepare this. He's playing in French. French is the fastest language for any percent. That is why. Okay, that is not what I wanted to have happen, but luckily we can stand here. 2 damage percent. Yeah, this will be the 2 damage percent world record. Okay, next step. We want to kill Windblight before he spawns. We want to skip the Windblight fight. So I'm going to do a little setup here. Aim at a spot. Which with gyro controls sometimes is hard. Okay, come on, Link. My hands are just shaky because of all the gamers. Oh, for God's sake. That'll work. We add our attack potion to the mix. And we walk forward. And ideally, this should kill Windblight instantly. Okay, he's at least been hit by the arrow in midair. We can't skip this cutscene. He needs to be taking damage during the cutscene. Okay, now if I die during any of the Blight fights, I have to do them all again. So we've killed Windblight, that's 1 down. And I'm gonna be focusing a lot during this. Just a heads up. Okay, that's phase 1 of Water Blight. Run towards the throne. I went the wrong way, kind of. We'll switch to this. good. Okay, Water Blight down. Now on to Fire Blight. Okay, first phase, good. Again, gamers, this is GDQ Hotfix, which is our regular speedrunning content that happens every day on this channel. There's not just the main AGDQ and SGDQ, there's also Hotfix. You can check out more info at gamesdonquick.com/hotfix. No. Get there. No. It's literally one hit away. I bet a bomb will do it. Excellent. All right. Thunderblight's the worst. That's all I have to say about that. Okay, phase one, good. Wow, there are a lot of people here. Thank you all so much for tuning in to Hotfix. Again, this happens like literally every day. So be sure to stick around. And we have more speedrunning content coming up after this run. It's not just this run. We've got other showrunners coming on soon. Do more stuff. Where did it go? There it is. Okay, the blights are down. Okay, Calamity, the actual scary one. Good attack. Okay, that was really scary because it lagged. So I need just a handful of things from back here. I'm gonna get the shield for safety. I don't usually need it, but... that is bad. Don't shoot him while he's falling. Hello? Thank you. Up on the wall again already, Ganon? Really? Thank God. He was about to do the tornado attack, which is like unavoidable. Actually, I'm fine. Nice shot. Okay, great. This can literally just kill me, which is pretty epic. Okay, Yikes, dude. Horrible luck. He went on the wall, what, 4 times? Okay, we need tons of flurry rushes here. Yeah, I figured that might break early. Oh, no, no, no. Okay, I didn't take damage somehow. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, I did take damage. Not really sure what just happened. So we're gonna get back to full health for damage prevention. That's another hit. There we go. Yeah, it's really bad. I mismanaged my stamina. It's my fault. We want the red fireball. We do not want this attack. That's another hit. Fireball, please. Okay. Okay, we're past Calamity. Oh, that was stressful. Okay, now we just got to beat Dark Beast Ganon. Yikes. Damn it. Yeah, okay, the run starts now. It's damage us from here, right? Okay. All right, gamers, if you have enjoyed this run, I have 2 asks of you. Just 2 things that would really be excellent. Also, we had 10 seconds left on our attack timer. Oh, I'm going late. No. Okay. 1, be sure to stick around. There's more gaming content coming just after this. But 2, and this truly could not be easier, and genuinely, that's gonna be close, would be excellent. There are a lot of gamers here, and I have a feeling some of you, this may be your first time seeing me play something. If you have enjoyed watching me play something, I play stuff all the time. Twitch.tv/ADEF, that's my channel. You can follow me there. I would really, really appreciate that. I don't know. I'm excited to see all these new gamers checking out Hotfix. And if any of you, that is the wrong way to turn, my friend. That is not what we wanted, actually. Woo! I beef Dark Beast so often. I'm an idiot, dude. Shoot that. Excellent. So feel free to give me a follow. You just click that link in chat, twitch.tv/ADEF, and then click the follow button. I stream every weekday in the afternoons. So you can catch me and Hotfix. They don't conflict. Oh, he's turning. Do we want to go fast? Good God. No, I actually don't want to get off the horse, Link. I know that's shocking, but I very much would like to be on the horse. Time finishes when I shoot Dark Beast Ganon's eyeball. 5 hits is not bad. Definitely a PB for me. I've never tried this before. And time. 45:12. Genuinely not that slow. Drop the follow. Thank you so much. I mean, goodness gracious. There's so many people in here. If everybody followed, I don't know. Maybe I'd go back in the door. No, I would not. Just to be clear. The coffee's cold. I don't want it anymore. I'm going to have water instead. All right, gamers, thank you so much for watching this segment, but the gaming does not end here. We have more hotfix coming right up, so just as we watch the credits here, I've got a little bit of time still in my segment. I have broken this show up into 4 segments this afternoon. So we have me and then 3 other showrunners coming on to play games that showcase their show. So up next after me will be Fant, who actually was a producer for GDQ working on tech. And Fant runs a show called Game Masters. And Fant will be showing off Mario Party. And Game Masters is all about showing off sort of showcases of games that aren't necessarily speedruns. Sort of akin to the kind of showcases we saw at AGDQ, actually, of non-speedrunning content. And so Fant will be showing off Mario Party. After that, we will have the ever-pleasant Frozen Plino showing off Celeste for their show Legally Cute. And then we will have... Oh, wait, that's Ruth's show. What's the name of Frozen? I don't even know the name of all the shows. Turns out, I'm a bad host. Dangerous to go alone. You know, sometimes you find out you're bad at your job. And then we'll have Ecdysis coming on at the end to show off Saw, which I'm kind of curious and horrified about. Ecdysis runs speedruns from the crypt, speedruns of the crypt. There's a preposition in there, and it's either of or from. It's from. Okay, thank you, tech. Wow, I'm really bad at this. That will be the last segment. So we have 3 more games coming up. I have been ADEF. Again, you can catch me at twitch.tv/ADEF. I will be hosting for the rest of the show, so I'll be on with the other gamers. But this is all I'll be playing today. So if you enjoy what you've seen, be sure to check out Challenger Approaching. That's my first show that I host, which is every other Friday night at 7 p.m. Eastern. People showing off challenge runs just like this one. And then every other Sunday night, I do PB Precipice, or Sunday afternoon, pardon me, at 1 p.m. Eastern. PB Precipice is all about gamers who are just on the edge of PBing in their speedrun, and they come on to show off pure PB attempts, resets and all. So those are the things that I do. And you can also catch me anytime at twitch.tv/ADEF. I stream every afternoon on weekdays on my channel. But we're going to go to a quick break, gamers, so do not go anywhere. This is a wellness break, an opportunity for you to get up, stretch your legs, get some water, hydrate, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with Fant showing off Mario Party. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hot Fix. Now, I know there are a lot of you that probably just came in, or maybe were in that previous segment, and you're still like, what's going on? So this is Hot Fix. I know you just saw AGDQ 2022, and again, thank you so much for your generous donations during that event and breaking the donation total. That is amazing. But when there's not AGDQ or SGDQ, there is GDQ Hotfix, and it is year-round speedrunning content literally every day. Like, every single day. There's no exaggeration. Sometimes we take an off day here and there, but it's every day. So there's regular speedrunning content on weeknights starting at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. We have lots of amazing shows. You just saw me show off the Breath of the Wild Damageless run, showing off Challenger Approaching, which is a show that I run. But there are lots of other shows, and one of them is called Game Masters, and we'll get to that in just a second. A few quick announcements. You can use the !highlights command at any time in the chat in order to find out about our highlight channel, Some of Best Segments, which has sort of like small highlight reels for all of our shows on YouTube. But we are joined now by Fant TV. Fant, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. How are you doing, ADAP?
I'm good.
Excellent run. Excellent run of Breath of the Wild.
Thank you.
6 hit. That was good.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about that. And Fant is actually one of the hosts of Game Masters, which is a show that Fant is now going to tell us about. Fant, can you tell us, first of all, when can people see Game Masters?
Yeah, so Game Masters is every other Tuesday, and it's I split the hosting duties between myself and another awesome person, Air Angel. So either one of us is going to be hosting it. But yeah, every other Tuesday, starting from this Tuesday, 2 days from now. So we're going to have a nice, awesome showcase I'll talk about in a second.
Excellent. And Fant, can you tell us a little bit about what people can see on Game Masters?
Yeah, Game Masters. So there's a lot of speedrunning content that may not actually, be a traditional speedrun, so to speak, but we can always, speedrun anything, as people have found out. So Game Masters is a show all about making sure that we can showcase any of the events or games that you may not be in a standard sense, like Mario Party, for example, rhythm games, for example, randomizers. We show a whole bunch of various things like that isn't going from point A to point B as fast as possible. So there's challenges and general showcases. It's wonderful. Anything goes on Game Masters. So there's no end in opportunities here to show here. Yeah.
Excellent. And Fant, my last question for all the people at home: what can they see on Tuesday? What are you going to be playing on Tuesday? What are you going to be showcasing?
So GDQ chat, you're going to love this. Have you ever wanted to be an event yourself? I know we've had a couple things like showing Twitch chat on screen in Pokemon. That was something else we showed before. We've had crowd control where you can, use coins and bits and donations in order to heck up the runners on screen. But have you ever wanted to play yourself? Well, on Tuesday on Game Masters, we've got Twitch chat plays Mario Party. So everybody in GDQ chat will be able to play Mario Party via typing in Twitch chat on Tuesday. So
that is going to
definitely look forward to that. We're going to need everybody there. So if you want to be the game master on Tuesday,
good plug.
You can play your own character in Mario Party live on the GDQ channel for Game Masters on Tuesday. That's starting at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Excellent. Well, Fant, why don't we get right into your run here? And as you start, obviously, you can explain what it is that you're doing, but I'll throw it over to you, Fant.
Okay, yeah, I'm just going to get in here and go in. We're going to be beating every single minigame, free-for-all minigame in Mario Party Superstars as fast as we possibly can.
Amazing.
Yeah. And I'm just going to start it over here so we can start the time whenever. So these are the list of games, free-for-all mini-games, starting with Mushroom Mix-Up. And I'm going to be starting on go. So 3, 2, 1, go. And one thing I want to stress about for the Hotfix shows that you have between events, like everybody watching AGDQ, you see incredibly talented runners running anything. We saw like blindfolded Sekiro. There's so many just bonkers runs throughout the whole event. And I do want to stress that for the Hotfix, like, you don't have to be a world record holder. You don't have to be like a top 10% runner of things. We really accept people of all skill levels to showcase the variety in the speedrunning community. We even have a couple shows dedicated to intro to speedrunning, like Jay Hobbs, who you saw doing a whole bunch of interviews throughout the event, hosts a show with Keyzeron called The First Step, where they learn speed games every week and do it for the first time live on stream. There's also another show we have called How to Train a Speedrunner, where a speedrunning expert will train a brand new person in speedrunning on how to properly, go through and learn everything. So we're always looking for talent to do these shows because when you do this stuff 7 days a week, all year long, you need a lot of people. So keep an eye out always on like the GDQ Twitter and everything, or any of the showrunners feeds. Like we'll be often sending out like, hey, you want to submit to be on this show? You can. Oh, I'm actually gonna die. Wait, I need to restart it. Anyway, so normally the people we have are better than I am on Game Masters, but yeah. I got too focused into the plugs. I wasn't paying attention to where the bombs were flying.
It happens, man. It happens.
Yeah, it's tough.
Plugs.
It's tough.
Let me. I'm gonna gush a little bit about Game Masters here while you're doing these mini games, if that's all right with you, Fan.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so y'all, Game Masters is so sick, and a really long-running show actually on the Hotfix. The show was originated, I was told to say, "Sexy Beast Richard." That was Richard requested that I say that, so I'm gonna say it. But it's true. Richard, actually, who's one of the tech people here at GDQ, hosted and originated Game Masters for a long time. It's an excellent show, and truly there are so many cool showcases that happen on Game Masters. Just to give you a short list of some cool ones, one that I really enjoyed was like, sometimes people come on and play online multiplayer games, but just, they're really good at it. The ones that come to mind, Fant actually, before Fant hosted Game Masters, Fant actually played Fall Guys, I believe. Fant, were you in that showcase? You were, right?
I was, yeah. I came on to showcase Fall Guys, which is like an online platforming battle royale game. So we had that on the show. I think we've had that on the show twice. I was on it one of the first times. And yeah,
there was also Mario 35 at one point. Like, there's some really cool stuff that happens on Game Masters. Very non-traditional speedrunning content.
Like one of these days, my goal is to get like Apex Legends on there, or something else like that. There's so many options. Like anything that wouldn't fit in a standard style speedrun show, like we'll take it on Game Masters.
And this actually is worth saying.
You can get good at anything.
You can actually submit to be on Hotfix. We have a general submission form for Hotfix, and you can find that at gamesdonepquick.com/Hotfix. And if you think you have something that fits one of our shows, please feel free, submit, and we will
96
take a
points.
look.
Sorry, I'm just that's pretty good.
You're popping off. You're popping off.
Popping off, yeah.
There's lots of different shows, like I mentioned. Game Masters, there's also Never Before Seen, which is a show about showcasing glitches in video games. There is Challenger Approaching and TV Precipice, which I run. There is Random Number Generation and Mercy Kill, which are two shows by Skybills. RNG is all about randomizers, and Mercy Kill is about rusty speedruns. We have Bargain Bin, games under $20, speedruns from the Crypt, which is all about horror video games, and more. You can check out info on all these shows at gamesdonepquick.com/Hotfix. And a reminder to anybody who's just coming in that, yes, AGDQ is over, and that is sad, but guess what? The speedrunning content never ends here on the GDQ channel. We have daily content here, weekly shows, bi-weekly shows. Man, Fant, you just deleted all the other players in that.
Yeah, we are playing on normal. Ada, should I move it to hard?
No. You're good.
I could maybe move it to hard, have a little bit more tough. Okay, this one's interesting. I hate this mini game because this is like a platforming, collect the points, but your controls are reversed.
Interesting.
Yeah. This one, and also the platform's moving to make it even weirder. But we can style on the CPUs, no less. But if you're seeing, if you're watching me play here and it's like, man, you think I can do better? I can do better playing Mario Party than this guy here. Well, Tuesday's your shot. Twitch chat plays Mario Party Superstars.
And
all right, we just did a complete shutout.
Let's go.
I was the only one who collected points.
Fan, I actually, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I just have this sneaking suspicion that there's other times people can watch Fan.
Yeah, I do stream regularly. So you can check out my Twitch channel at twitch.tv/Fant_TV. Let's get Waluigi out of here and go for the high velocity kick. Okay, that was a really fast bumper balls. Sorry. Anyway, back to the thing. Yeah, so my channel, Fant_TV, I do a lot of speedrunning content as well as casual playthroughs of games. Like I just went through Kingdom Hearts 2 for the first time ever, which was a lot of fun.
Also,
and one thing recently, sorry, what was I say? One more thing recently that I just started doing is I set a challenge to myself to get a leaderboard time, a successful speedrun completed of every single Super Metroid category that exists. Not just like any percent, 100%, low percent, but stuff like tickle the fish percent, Kago the Kagos, get eaten by all the vile plumes, kill all of a specific enemy, DPRK percent. There's so many different weird runs. And yeah, my goal over like the next year or two is to get a time and learn every single one of those speedruns. So I'm starting with a Club Nintendo percent and what is it? Tickle the Fish percent, which is going to be showing on the Hotfix show tomorrow. Sorry, my mistake.
And Fant, can you tell us a little bit? I'm just very curious about the backstory for your delightfully cute VTuber avatar.
Oh, yeah. So I realize, it may be a little weird to some people to see this, but I really like it. And it started off as a meme where I have a friend who's like really into VTubers and stuff like that. And he's like, you should check this out. And I'm like, I'm going to make a model. Like the original thing, I was going to make a model, like a male model and a female model, and have chat use channel points to like pick between them. And I started with this one first because there was so much more reference material to go off of. But it ended up taking so much work to get this done that is like, you know what? I'm just going to do it. And I do not regret it. So I'm having a lot of fun.
It's great. It's great.
Yeah. Okay, Daisy, I'm going to need you to rotate.
I think that's a new sentence. Do you ever think about this, Fant? This is something I think about sometimes. How like, do you say something and you're like, I'm not sure that's ever been said before by anyone. For instance, Daisy, I'm gonna need you to rotate. I feel like it's a new, that's a new sentence.
Yeah, but it took me like, I was talking about the VTuber thing. It took me about 400 hours because I did this myself. I had someone else like draw the art, but I did like all the modeling myself. It took me about 400 hours to learn how to do it. And I was like, this is so much work. I think I'm just gonna stick with this one. Also, unironically, this is the hardest of the mini games, in my opinion. This is tough. Rosalina is just popping off here.
She is popping off.
Okay, we made it out. We made it out.
Nice. Rosalina was going too slow there, rubber banding.
Daisy at the at the finish line.
So tough, so tough.
All right. Yeah. So if you want to do this challenge as fast as possible, you do want to do it on like master CPU difficulty, because then the CPUs finish the games faster, and you could get going on through. But the reason I don't, and I'm playing on normal, is there's a couple games that involve mashing. This is one of them. So I need to press A and B very, very fast as possible. And the master level CPUs are like inhuman. I mean, they are inhuman, they're CPUs, right? But their mashing level is inhuman, and I do not have the mashing skill in order to make it through. Mashing is a very difficult thing to do for me. So this makes it doable, I guess, for me. Also, I want to talk about the music in this game and how much it bops. Oh, everything in here is so good.
Oh wait,
new record? Did I just get a new record? No.
I gotta say, there is a mini game in this that you will be playing at some point, and it's
I think I know what you're talking about.
It's the one where you just mash, and I want you to go. You gotta go ham. I want to see the Fant special.
Okay. All right. I'll do my best.
Don't hurt yourself.
So, yeah, Slot Car Derby. There's actually 3 variations of this, and we're gonna be doing all 3 variations. So this is one of my favorite tracks in the game. So one thing I think a lot of people don't realize, or maybe missed, is the composer for the original Mario Party game, and this track in particular, was it was the same composer who did a whole bunch of stuff for like Square. I think his last name is Mitsuda, Yasunori Mitsuda. Most famously did the Chrono Trigger soundtrack, did a whole bunch of stuff for Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and Mario Party 1. And you can kind of get a hint of the Chrono Trigger if you've played both games from some of the soundtracks there. But this is there's oftentimes games where like it's an all right game, it's an okay game, and then the music is just so dang good. That's like, man, this music could have gone anywhere.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, I had early start, false start. So this is not Mario Kart. You can't press the acceleration button at start or you're gonna spin out. Yeah, but
So
these are all, go ahead.
What are the track variations? Is it like starting position, or what's the
It's the
variation?
track itself. So you start in the middle, and the track gets a little bit more complicated. So the first one was kind of like just a simple loop. This one has more turns that make it more difficult.
Interesting.
And then you'll see the next one, we do some like ups and downs and slope. It's pretty neat. Also, I want everybody to pay attention to the speeds the next time we go. Look at the speeds and how fast we're going in the corners of the screen next to each player. Look how fast these slot cars go. It's quite impressive.
Oh, do they clock the miles per hour?
Oh, they clock the miles per hour here. You may be surprised. Yeah, so here's this one. You got more ups and downs, crisscrosses.
Oh my lord.
1, go!
Yeah, but look how fast we're going. We're cracking 200 miles an hour here.
Luigi's about to break the land speed record.
Yeah, so now there's an interesting thing about that. So if you look at how fast we're going on the screen relative to our size, it looks like we're not going too fast, right? But if we're going 200 miles per hour and it looks like we're going this slow, that means this stage is massive and Luigi is like 200 feet tall.
Oh, yeah.
In order for this to make sense speed-wise. So everybody's a giant. That's why we're in the clouds, because you cannot fit this size of a stage on the terrestrial
I
Earth.
like the idea that they thought of that, which just cannot be true.
It's not true at all, no.
Oh, you have to wait for the other players to finish.
You do have to wait for the other players to finish. That's why you can finish these faster when you're playing with CPUs on higher difficulties. Okay. Now here's an interesting one. This is Bowser's Big Blast. Everybody's favorite minigame. This is pure RNG. We could be here a while. This is the reason for the 1 hour estimate. I've failed this game like up to 6 times in a row before. So, yeah. What
This is an N64 minigame, isn't it?
It is. It sure is. So what's going on here, and I got the worst spawn position, is there is one bomb and the rest duds, and you take turns pressing levers. And if you go last, well, like I'm doing, it's a 50-50. Do I go Luigi green or Waluigi purple?
I don't want to be responsible.
All right, I'll go team green. Okay, we're safe.
Let's
now,
go.
it doesn't force you to pick the bomb. So if it's down to no choices remaining, you will be able to get a new set.
This is just the Monty Hall problem, of course, fans.
Yeah, but we don't know which one doesn't have it. You're like, yeah. Okay, all right. Waluigi, fake Luigi is gone. When I was picking the CPUs, I had to make sure that Luigi's nemesis was in here, because we all know Tall Mario, aka Luigi, is the best character.
I'm a Yoshi main myself, but I respect it.
All right, this is good. This is optimal. This is optimal. So we are going first in the final round. So we have a 1 in 3 chance, or 2 in 3 chance of picking the right one. We're gonna go
This
team
is literally,
green.
this is Monty Hall. Just switch. Just pick one and then switch.
Ooh, okay. All right, now Daisy has a 50-50 shot of winning. So we have the statistical advantage until the game's over. If we first try this, I'm gonna be so happy. Let's frickin' go.
Yes.
I can't believe it. First
Excellent.
try Bowser's Big Blast. We did well on the RNG.
Let's get some GGs in chat, please.
That was a pure display of skill right there.
Of course, of course. Knowledge of the statistics gives you an advantage, kind of.
So there's 22 of these. So the way I do count these is I count in groups of 4. For most people, it's very easy to visualize a group of 4 in order to do this. So I just look at 4, 4, 4, 4, kind of like divide it up in my head like that, and you get to the answer. Now you can check me. You can count along too, Adolf. I'm pretty sure it's 22.
I was looking at a tech thing, and I don't know. I'm going to say 21. Just randomly.
Yeah, so that's a tip for these counting games. Try and count in groups of 4. There we go, 22.
Very nice. I'm going to quickly again say that if you are just joining us, and there are lots of people flooding in, thank you so much for checking it out. This is GDQ Hotfix. So yes, AGDQ is over, and that is very sad. But the good news is that stuff happens every day here on the GDQ channel. So we have regular shows that are weekly and bi-weekly, starting weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. And Hotfix is all about tons of different shows. I'm going to give you a few different shows now that we haven't said yet. There is Aimbot, which is all about first-person shooter speedruns. That one is a personal fave. It's a relatively new show. We also have Never Before Seen, which is a show all about categories or games, or both, that have never been seen at a mainline GDQ event before. That is a really fun show. So there's lots of great stuff to catch on Hotfix year-round. And Fant is currently showcasing Mario Party Superstars in order to sort of give you an idea of what his show, Game Masters, is like, which is every other Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern. And it is people doing like game showcases.
Okay, this is bad. I kind of got hecked, so I need the CPUs to try and go after each other here. We'll see if it works. Okay, good. Yeah. Took advantage of the AI there.
Oh, nice, because if Waluigi picked one, Daisy could pick one.
So we want to make ourselves have a multiple of 3 here. So either 3, 6, or 9 when we're done. So let's see, we have 3, 6, 7, so I want to get a 1. And then it's impossible to lose. I'm pretty sure I have that math right.
Oh, is that just because
so
mod 2 would be 1?
Yep. So there we go. So no matter what Waluigi picks, I will be able to correct it and force Waluigi to take the honeycomb.
This guy studied math in college.
Yeah, so yeah, 0, 3, 6, 9. There is a magic number I have to go for every single one of these rounds. I think for when you have 3 people remaining, it's either a 1 or a 5. Now, you can't do it consistently every single time, right? So sometimes when it's down to 2 players and you go first, you can almost always make it work. So, yeah. Surprisingly, it is a party game. There's a lot of silly things in here, but there are ways to plan out a strategy and win.
I love that.
Gotta take out my nemesis first.
Man, brutal.
Missed Daisy. Oh, and Rosalina proving to be the superior princess.
Rosalina's been putting on quite the show today.
There we go. This is a wonderful video game. I'm glad that we finally got a new proper Mario Party to play. I've been having such a blast with it.
It is great. It just looks, I don't know, it like that Snowball game looked, I don't know, the updated graphics to games that we know and love is just so much fun.
Yeah, I know, like, there's a lot of controversy or something about like games constantly being remade. You know, we have that with movies as well being remade. But there's some games where I think just a remake really, really, really helps. And I'm glad,
And
you know,
also-
going from Mario Party 1, 2, and 3 on the N64 to this, it's just like, wow, everything looks so beautiful. It's so much fun to play.
Well, that's the thing too, right? Is that like it's not just a remake; it also compiles so much of several different games, which I think is so cool. Like not just having minigames, but also like boards have returned that we knew and loved as kids. And as Fant is bouncing here, I gotta plug Fant Fant is a delightful streamer. It's not just Game Masters that Fant hosts every other Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern. And also you can catch it this Tuesday. Chat plays Mario Party. You'll actually be able to influence the game from Twitch chat. You're not going to want to miss that. But Fant also streams on his own channel as well. He's a speedrunner in his own right. So be sure to check out twitch.tv/Fant_TV. Fant's a great streamer and a good friend.
You're a good friend too, Adef.
Well, hey, thanks. Little known fact. The only reason my camera looked good for AGDQ interviews is because I'm using Fant's camera.
Yeah, I guess one thing I do want to mention, not a self-plug, but more of an event plug. If you saw any of the PCF interviews we did, so we did like a lot of like on-location stuff, like going to like the Lucas truck, for example, or to the PCF offices, interviews with some survivors and all that. So we saw all that throughout the event and on the YouTube channel. And being a team went to go film all that. So like I helped out with that, and it means a lot when people see that and like really compliment the stuff. So I'm happy everybody got to finally see it, and I'm always nervous showing off things. Yeah,
the B-roll looked good too. Like every time it cut to B-roll, I was like, oh, that looks professional.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mush Pit. This is a good one. I love the names of of these. So this one we're trying to get a giant mushroom, and can we get 2 for 1? And bam, that was a quick one. Very good.
Wow, that took like less than 10 seconds. We have a question here in chat says...
If I finish threes, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No,
I insist.
I insist.
Okay, fine.
You just got somebody from the future. I want to know.
I did just get back from the future. No spoilers. So there's a question here in chat that says, where's the money counter? So this actually is not AGDQ. AGDQ finished yesterday, and y'all broke the donation total so handily. It was amazing. A wonderfully successful event. Again, thank you so much to all of you that tuned in and donated for AGDQ. But this is Hotfix. And it is regular speedrunning content here on the GDQ channel every day. And you can check out more info at gamesunquick.com/hotfix. Fant and I are both showrunners. And after Fant finishes this showcase, we will have 2 more showrunners coming on to show off their stuff as well. So this is literally, like, when I am saying year-round daily speedrunning content on the GDQ channel, that's not an over-exaggeration. Like, it's literally pretty much every day. Save some holidays sometimes and some weekends sometimes, but most of the time there's stuff year-round. So you really do not want to miss this. Hotfix is so wonderful and has been such a positive impact on my life over the past year that I've been showrunning, and so many other showrunners and viewers. So we're happy to have you all, and we hope that, you know, if you watch this Intro to Hotfix show today, you'll be influenced to come back and join us. It's a great pleasure to be able to introduce you all to this wonderful thing that we love to do.
Yeah, this golf game is actually quite rude. When you're playing with humans, generally you can read what everybody else is going to be doing and adjust and correct the error when you go. So generally, whoever goes last is going to win this almost every time, because you can see the mistakes everybody else made and not make them. And I think I just lost. No, okay, we're good. That was a good shot from Rosalina there, but was not closest to the pin, so. Going first in that game is the worst. Yeah.
She's putting on such a show today.
Mm-hmm.
But Luigi is unbeatable.
Yeah, poor Waluigi's been having a tough time in these mini games.
Yeah, it's tough to be Waluigi.
So this is an awkward one. So you're alternating left and right in order to move and rock your horse. As soon as you run out of carrots, you will spin out and die. But you have a time limit to hit these things. I was too early, so you really want to wait for it, because as soon as you get it, you have unlimited stamina, essentially. You play Breath of the Wild, you know what stamina is like. So think the carrots are your green stamina circle.
Thank you for relating it in the way I can understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was not a good performance for me.
You're just making it closer.
Just making it close, yeah. Yeah, but I hope everybody's enjoying the Mario Party. So yeah, this is definitely something like you wouldn't expect in like a mainline GDQ events or anything. I'm not saying it can't be, but that's what my show is all about, is giving everything its shot. Now, ADEF, I'm gonna need your help here.
Okay.
I want you to memorize the top 5. I'm gonna memorize the bottom 5 of the position, okay?
Sure.
Help me out.
Okay. You ready?
I'm gonna do bottom first.
Okay.
All right, what's on top?
From left to right, hammer. No, shut up, Richard. Hammer, Mario, Luigi, crown, mushroom. Hammer, Mario, Luigi, crown, mushroom.
Okay, now I'm gonna pull the curtain to hide my work, so the CPUs don't cheat.
Our producer Richard just popping into our ear, yelling words.
Yelling incorrect words of where stuff was.
I rescind my sexy beast comment, Richard. It's officially rescinded.
Now, in the olden days, before the advent of a phone in everybody's pockets or streaming software to take screen caps of things, you would have to actually memorize this.
No way.
The go-to
that's
strat is you just
impossible.
get out your snipping tool, snip the game feed,
Wait, that's
and then
so
just
dumb.
copy it. I don't do that. You know, I play legit by having a co-commentator help me and memorize half the
for you.
stuff. So this is called Trace Race. It is not a race. Time does not matter. All that matters is your accuracy. The loop-de-loop. There's often a loop skip you can do. Just ignore that and still get a high score. That being said, I still hold full right the whole time because I find it easier. All right, what's your score prediction from 0 to 100, ADEF? What do we got?
97.
I think it's an 89.
Okay.
Holy crap. That may be the highest score I've gotten on that.
I was so close. Oh, this is such a good point, actually. Somebody in chat says watching GDQ in the background is the best. I agree. We actually did this thing in my apartment over the course of the event where we just had GDQ on in the living room whenever we weren't like watching on our own systems. And that's one thing that Hotfix can be so good for, right? Is that like, since there's stuff year round, you can just keep the GDQ channel open. Why even close it?
Yeah, I saw a lot of people guess 98 correctly in chat after the delay came in, so GG's. You had more confidence in my drawing skills than I did.
And only slightly more confidence than I have. Only slightly.
This is a fun one. You get flattened by these lead-lined book pages. Nothing escapes. You're just turned into atoms.
You turn into... The matter is neither created nor destroyed except in this minigame.
Yeah, you notice the pages never get thicker as the pages are coming down, so...
They're literally destroying...
They're destroying matter every single time. Yeah.
If we could somehow like a sort of like a Carnot efficiency, but in the reverse for like a refrigerator, if we could reverse the process of that game.
Really quick.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah,
Team left or team right? Team left or team right?
Team left.
Okay.
All I'm saying is free energy.
Oh, team left is bad. So there's a choice. There's 2 intersections, a left and right, and there's 2 patterns. There's the rectangular pattern that is slow, and then there's the squiggle pattern, which is fast. So this is the squiggle pattern we're getting here, so that's the fastest one. So if you get both of those, you win. If you don't get both of those, you lose when you're playing with like master CPUs, because nobody falls off. So it really comes down to the 1 and 4 of getting the correct short path each time. You make it through. Yeah.
I always believed. Also, the CPUs did really poorly.
They are normal CPUs. That's what I'm thinking, you know, maybe I should make them hard. Okay, Dinger Derby. So have you ever played that Winnie the Pooh home run derby?
Unfortunately.
Look at this. Look at these curveballs. This actually takes some focus, though.
Wow. This robot deserves the Cy Young Award. These change-ups, my God. If I had one critique of this pitching technique, it's that every ball is straight down the middle. Which, you know, varying the speed of the ball, while technically impressive and physically impossible, especially when they change direction midair. Going straight down the middle means, you know, if your batter just swings every time, there's a good likelihood they're going to hit the pitch.
Okay,
So, you know.
not great. That was a 21. But, you know, hey, new record. Hey, add one to the world record. It's not a world record. It's a local
World's
system record.
Fans
Hey,
record.
new record for me.
Start.
Cyborg Award, that is a good joke. That is I genuinely like that joke.
This one is just choose left or right, and you don't know what it's going to be until you get to the next leaf, so it's a test of reaction time.
This is a good showing, man. I don't want to jinx it.
Oh,
Oh,
Finish.
is that a new record?
oh wait,
It sure
the scale of this
New
makes
record.
no sense. They're implying that 153 yards takes you out of the stratosphere.
Hey, remember, we're at the same scale where 200 miles an hour is a little slot car derby, okay?
It just
Don't
doesn't
worry
feel
about it.
consistent. It doesn't feel consistent. The relativity of it all makes no sense. Luigi's experiencing nuts time dilation right now.
Hey, Luigi doesn't abide by the normal laws of physics.
That much is clear.
So one thing I didn't realize about this the first time I ever played this map is you can fall off on the top or the bottom if you go too far. So the first time I did this, I was like staying up on the top or the bottom, and I just walked right off instantly.
This minigame is a lot like, what's that Fall Guys game?
Oh, I didn't want to play again. Oops.
What's that Fall Guys game where like you're on the platform with everybody else and the walls come up towards you and there's like a few set patterns?
That is called Block Party.
Yes, Block Party. Except you can't push the blocks in Block Party.
Okay, so this is Coney Island. The more stuff you get, the slower you move. But there's no way to push people out of a spot. So once you're in, you are guaranteed to get that piece of ice cream because nobody can move in. You just got to get there before everybody else, and the CPUs, you know, they're having a tough time. You know? See, now once I get 6, I'm barely moving. Got so much ice cream. I don't know if you've ever eaten that much ice cream at once. It's not healthy.
Well, but so now is the candy bigger than Luigi? That ice cream
Yes.
cone shrunk? I'm so confused.
Remember, there's a whole level in this game where you're playing on a gigantic cake.
But also there was like Luigi markedly slowed down between ice cream scoops 5 and 6. Like he was going kind of slow with 5 total, but then the 6th one was like so dense, I guess.
This is one of the harder mini games, even against normal CPUs. You have to. Everybody has 3 health, and you're spinning around. You have to time a shot. And Daisy has full health. Daisy's doing way too good here. I need to focus my fire on Daisy here.
This is like Bowser throws.
Yep. And I'm bad at timing this. I'll be honest. Hitting the person across the way is definitely tough. We're all just missing here.
We need Waluigi to put in some work.
Yeah, unfortunately, my co-op partner here to take out Team Daisy is Waluigi. Okay, there we go. There's 1 hit on Daisy. There's 2 hits on Daisy. Waluigi, I need you to live so that Daisy may die. Okay, there we go. Now we just need to clean up Waluigi here. We're getting there. There we go. Okay.
Winner.
Very nice.
One of the tougher mini games, in my opinion.
We're flying through these, fan.
And what's our time right now?
We've
How are we
got about 17 minutes.
looking? Okay, this is a game of chicken here. So your goal is to shine the light as late as possible, but it's really easy. You just have to shine it as soon as everybody else has, and you're done.
But according to our scale from previous, that chain chomp just moved thousands of miles.
Yes, absolutely. So moving thousands of miles that fast, you know, you're hitting relativistic speeds here.
We are hitting relativistic speeds.
All right, so this one is a lot harder than it looks. You're holding A to gain speed. You need to cut these corners as fast as possible. Stay really tight. See if we can lap the CPUs here. All right, here comes the lap. I think that's another record. That's another record.
Let's go. Channeling Apollo Ono here.
You know, Waluigi, you think, would have an advantage here with his very long legs.
Well, that's a good question, Fant. You know, what is the proper build? What's the best build for an Olympic level speed skater? And quite frankly, I don't
Well,
know the
I
answer
know
to that
the thighs are like inhumanly strong. If you've seen any of those people,
question. Right.
it's the level of effort to get that good at anything is truly inspiring.
I would agree. You should have them on Game Masters.
Yeah, let me get some Olympic speed skaters on Game Masters here. All right, so here we're just delivering letters to the Shy Guy. And important, the ones that are marked with the heart, so the love letter, those are worth more points than the regular plain old junk mail, which is just the regular white envelope. So you want the love letters, those give you more points, allows us to get an easy victory here.
What's your favorite game, Fant?
My favorite game, Slot
Your
Car
favorite
Derby.
slot. You did like
Easy,
that one.
easy slot
It
car
did,
derby.
it did see like it kind of controls. It looks like it controls like the Mario Odyssey game in New Donk City.
So this is, you get one thing. God, I think I just lost here. Yeah, I didn't get a gold one. So this one, there's not much you can do if the Goombas don't go your way. So we're gonna have to take a couple times. Take a couple tries to get this done.
I feel like when the game first came out, a lot of people complained about this one.
Yeah, this one's rough. So our goal is to win every game, not just play every mini game. So generally, as soon as a gold one gets into your net, there we go. That should be a win.
Oh, and nobody got the other gold, so you're in there for sure.
There we go. Look at the other Goombas, like, I want to get out of here, and this gold one's just showing off with a touchdown party. I'm like, huh. You see the last Goomba there? All right, we got our victory, so we can move on. Oh yeah, this one. So this is another climb up, kind of similar to that leaf one, except the physics are really weird. When you jump, there's a lot of coyote time. It's very, very awkward to control. If you played Mario RPG, you remember there's a segment in that game where you're jumping on Koopa Troopas to climb up a wall. It's not quite that bad in terms of platforming, but it's very similar. Oh, I just fell down all the way.
Did you describe
no.
this as Wile E. Coyote time?
Yeah, coyote time.
As in, like, you don't fall until you look down?
Mm-hmm. All right, 88 yards. That wasn't too great, but we were able to eke out the victory.
I think all three of them got 72, and you just got 80. Like, it just
All right, now with the Winter Olympics coming up, you know, we got to practice our snowboarding. So we're gonna try and get a 1080 here. Or a 4230.
Oh,
I think that's an Olympic record right there.
that's not an Olympic. Nobody's ever spun that many times, period, ever. Also, if there were something like this in the Olympics, it's just, okay, you're going to snowboard down a big drop and spin as many times as you can and try not to die when you land.
Yep.
Is it
Anyway,
always
this should be
just
an easy
rotating
victory.
on the D-pad?
Hey, you're pressing the face buttons in a specific order, A, B, Y, X. So you're going like top right to bottom left to top right.
Oh, yeah, but it doesn't alternate. Like, it doesn't change a different order.
Yeah. Now, there are people who are very good at Mario Party who can do way better than this, but I'm thrilled if I can get above 4,000.
That was a new record for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen people get like 7,000 or something ridiculous. Yeah. So this one, we're just trying to play chicken with the Monty Moles. They have a little hammer. And the game is scored based on how many seconds you spend outside. Poking your head out of a score, of a hole. My record for this one is like 20-ish seconds. Not doing too good on this one. But, oh, we barely eked out Rosalina. Whew.
That was close.
Yeah, that was close. Yeah, not my best performance. Yeah, the highest I've gone on that mini game is around 20 seconds or so. All right, we're on the final row, and the first one of the final row, the final countdown.
Start.
So this one, the platforms get deleted as soon as they hit 0. You want to stay on the higher number to win. And it speeds up very fast, very fast. There we go.
Reminder to everybody, I know I've done this several times, but it's just going to keep happening because this is our first hotfix back after AGDQ, and we've got a lot of people joining us right now. This is hotfix. You can type !hotfix at any time to get more info, but basically... Oh, wait, I got it. This is my favorite.
I'm mashing. Hey, that's a new record.
That was fast. That was really fast. Sub 8. Excellent. So yeah, hotfix is all about regular speedrunning content here on the GDQ channel. It's not just AGDQ and SGDQ. We literally have shows year-round every day, starting weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. We'd love for you to join us. This Intro to Hotfix show today is not a regular show. Usually we have other stuff on Sundays, but I figured, it'd be a good opportunity for you to learn a little bit about what hotfix is and the fact that we can, you can catch speedrunning content all the time here on the GDQ channel. There's lots of cool shows. Fant is currently showing off Mario Party Superstars because Fant helps run a show called Game Masters, and Game Masters is a show all about people at the top of their game doing showcases, so sort of non-traditional speedrunning stuff. And I host shows called Challenger Approaching and PB Precipice, which are about challenge runs and runners doing PB attempts, respectively. But regardless, there's stuff every day, and I cannot recommend it enough. So many amazing showrunners, so many amazing runners have come on, and the fun does not end after AGDQ. We have stuff every single day.
Okay, this is the worst minigame in the game. It's RNG on which door goes through, and sometimes the CPU can just block you like Waluigi did there, so I couldn't get into the correct door. When the camera adjusts, you usually got it right, but yeah. You gotta be first down. Yeah, it's the final one here. So I need to beat Waluigi. I need to guess correctly on the door. Just take the first one and see. Nope. This one could take a while. It's pure RNG here.
At least you don't have to watch the results screen every time.
Yep. I think it's this one. Oh. Did we get it? We got it. Okay. All right. We got took us a couple tries, but we're there.
Very nice. Very nice. Wow, that is literally pure luck.
It's pure luck. Yeah. This is not. You know, this is the 100 supposedly best mini games in Mario Party. I think there are a couple that could have made the cut over this one. All right. Remember counting? Counting game we did before?
I do.
Yeah, so this is kind of similar, where we're counting Goombas crossing. The hard part of this one is making sure to not press too many times. I think I may have pressed one too many times there.
I believe.
Finish.
All right, let's see. I got
It's 38. I think it's 38. That's how many I counted.
Right on the money.
Yay, I'm glad I got it too. That was a fun one to play along with.
Chat, did you get it? Did you successfully count 38? Be honest.
It's interesting. You said you count by fours. I actually count in groups of 3.
Yeah, I think everybody has their own method of how they count things. So I think it's interesting, like the psychology going along there.
Yeah. I'm
Okay,
curious.
this one's funny. We are all a bunch of narcissists here. We want to be front and center on the camera.
Finish.
Uh-oh, I think Daisy's closer to the center. I think I lost. Look at that pose from Daisy.
What, Luigi's just T-posing.
We got the T-pose from Luigi, but hey, Luigi wins?
Yeah, I felt
That
like
counts. That counts.
felt like Daisy was closer, but I guess the dress
Daisy's,
doesn't count.
yeah, Daisy's was actually impressive. Like that was, no, she's just natural in front of the camera here.
Of course.
2.
Only a few mini games left here.
Go.
Oh, I got some analog stick hysteresis here.
Good word.
So I have to, you'll see like me bounce back from the right. Okay, we need to finish this up, come on. Okay, we got it. Whew. Oh, that was a little
Man,
nerve-wracking there.
While
It's all
Luigi
right.
almost got in there.
All right, we got like 3 more games left. This one is wonderful. Just the weird poses. And chat, you can guess what my score is going to be here.
Well, you have so much experience VTube rigging now. I feel like you should nail this.
You'd be surprised. Sometimes it's really difficult to get the controls right.
I think you've got a pretty convincing replica here.
All right, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. 94.
Pretty good.
To everybody guessing 100 or 99, thank you for your confidence. But anything above 90, I think, is pretty good in that game.
I thought it looked exactly the same, to be honest with you.
All right, this one, dark and crispy. So we just need to avoid Bowser's flames. This is one of the Bowser mini games that can happen when someone lands on a Bowser space. So you just need to look at the corner of your eyes and, make sure you're not anywhere near the fire.
Finish.
Thank you, Bowser, for doing work. That was good. All right, we got one more game. So time is going to be coming up as soon as I become victorious on this mini game here. We're almost there. This one's one of the more difficult Bowser mini games, I think.
You're gonna be well under an hour here.
I mean, we could do the 1v3 games. I could try and take on 3 CPUs, you know. If
Well,
time allows.
we're 2 minutes away from the top of the hour, so we'll probably call it.
Oh wait, I'm dead. Oops.
As Fant finishes this minigame, I'm going to plug him for him. Gamers, obviously Fant hosts Game Masters, but Fant also does regular speedrunning content on his channel as well. Be sure to go to twitch.tv/Fant_TV. See cool speedrunning content. Fant's working primarily on Super Metroid at the moment.
So Zooter as well.
Zooter. Can't recommend it enough. But also, if you want to see Game Masters, there is a show.
Sorry.
Time. There's a Game Masters in 2 days on Tuesday, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Chat plays Mario Party. So there'll be more Mario Party, and you'll be able to influence what's going on.
Yeah, you'll be able to play these.
How exciting is that?
Yeah, so that was all the free-for-all mini games. There are more like 2v2 games, duel games, etc., etc. But we opted to do the free-for-alls because that turned out to be right about an hour.
It's perfect.
So,
It's perfect.
yeah, it ended up being great. But yeah, I've been Fant. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed Mario Party Superstars, beating all the mini games. And yeah, be sure to tune in on Tuesday because it's going to be wild having chat try and take control of a character here. So, but yeah, on my channel, I do a lot of Ocarina of Time randomizer, Link to the Past randomizer, casual games, getting into Super Metroid now. And so anything goes. I'd love to see you all there at some point. So that's really all I have to say. ADF, thanks for putting this on. Thanks for having me on. And
Yeah.
who do we have coming up next?
This is a great question. Frozen Flygon coming up just after this. A showrunner in their own right. They will be showing off Celeste. You do not want to miss this. Gamers, we will have more hotfix content and more games done quick in just a moment. We're going to take a quick wellness break, which means it's an opportunity for you to get up, stretch your legs, get some water, and we will be right back literally in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Later.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. My name is Adef. No, this is not AGDQ. I know it's sad the event is over, but this is Hotfix, which is regular speedrunning content that happens every day, year-round, whenever it's not a main event here on the GDQ channel. And we have had 2 fun showcases so far. We have 2 more showcases still to come. We'll get into the next one in just a moment here, but some quick announcements really quick. First of all, I have an exciting announcement here. The Unapologetically Black and Fast submissions are opening Wednesday. This is a new recurring hotfix marathon. Black runners are front and center in celebration of Black joy. The first iteration is running February 13th and 14th, which is just a few weekends from now, for 12 hours each day. And submissions will be open until January 23rd, 2022. And the schedule will be released on February 1st. But right now, this is Hotfix. So I've been having showrunners come on and display a little bit about the shows that they run and talk a little bit about what it is they do. So we are joined by Frozen Flygon. Frozen, how are you doing?
Hi, I am doing great. Thanks so much for having me on this little Hotfix celebration show. This is awesome.
Of course. Yeah, 100%. And please tell us a little bit about your show that you run here on Hotfix. What is it about?
Absolutely. So every other Sunday, I run a show called It's Dangerous to Go Alone, and it is a cooperative speedrun showcase. So I get people who do speedruns together, both in person together, you know, they live together and do couch co-op, or virtually through the means of like Steam co-op and all that kind of stuff to do speedruns together. And I absolutely love hearing the communication between the runners. That's what inspired me to pitch that show idea, and it's been such a blast.
It really is. There's something like really dynamic about hearing people collaborate in real time in a speedrun because they're like giving each other notes and, you know, things like that. It's really amazing. You got to check out the show. Can you tell us when people can see it just one more time for us?
Yeah, absolutely. It's every other Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern. My next upcoming show is going to be in a week from now, next Sunday, and it's going to be a couples co-op with Cutie Roo, another showrunner, and Trojan Dude. They're going to be doing Ori and the Blind Forest and Cat Quest 2. So some very cute speedruns coming up. That'll be
That's great.
in a week from now. It's going to be great.
Amazing. And can you tell us a little bit about what you're going to play for us today?
Absolutely. I'm primarily a Celeste speedrunner. I speedrun like wild variety of things, but Celeste was my first and is my main speedrun, and we're going to be doing probably my favorite category, all red berries. So getting 175 berries scattered across the mountain.
Amazing. Well, let's get right into it. You can give the countdown whenever you are ready.
Sounds great. Let's go in 3, 2, 1, gaming.
3, 2, 1, gaming.
The first thing we do is kind of skip the little opening cutscene. Every cutscene in this game can be skipped. I have like a quick skip button. I have a pause button and then a down confirm, which is totally fine, allowed within the scope of the rules. And so again, you'll see me like skipping that cutscene real quick. Goodbye, Granny. And you see me doing a bunch of bunny hops. Every single bunny hop saves time here. So optimally, you're bunny hopping as much as possible. It is possible to die in prologue, so you don't want to do that. So you're just hopping a bunch and then you can do this. And we start, and we now have our dash thanks to the bird. And so all red berries is such an amazing category. You see a ton of different rooms. If you've only really seen Celeste any percent, this is going to be really different for you, and it's a total blast.
So I actually played this game for the first time in 2021. Just last year, and I cannot sing its praises enough.
Yeah.
And I love that we're getting to show it off here. And you speedrun this game all the time, correct?
Yeah, I speedrun this game a lot. I also speedrun a lot of custom maps. If you're like, where the heck have I seen her before? I did run a custom map titled Glyph at this past SGDQ online. So you may know me from that, and that's my favorite custom map of all time. So I don't just speedrun vanilla, I also do customs, and I've made custom maps of my own. So that's another part of the game community that's just absolutely incredible alongside the vanilla game and speedrunners.
It's just such a terrific platformer, clearly designed with speed in mind, which of course people like you and I love.
Yes, exactly.
It's like right up our alley. Even in my casual playthrough, like it felt like I found myself improving so much at the movement.
Yes. That's what makes it such an accessible speedrun, is that
Yeah.
literally every time you play it, you're automatically getting better at the game. It's such an amazing feeling. And you might have seen me return to map there at the other berry. We go by in-game time, so it's faster in-game to just reload back to the checkpoint, and you'll see me doing that again later. Missed the cutscene skip for this. You kind of gotta retry really quickly, but I was doing some weird movement to unlock the heart. There's a heart code there, so you can do some movement along the way that saves time rather than going all the way over to the TV and doing all the movement there. It's kind of a funky route over to the heart.
I have a question here in chat for you.
Yeah.
The question is, what controls do they use?
Yeah, so I play on keyboard. I started playing this game on Nintendo Switch, and then I swapped to keyboard when I got the game on PC. And there's a complete divide in the community, not in a bad way, but just like a lot of people play controller, a lot of people play keyboard, and there's really no big like advantage to one over the other. Feathers control differently. We'll talk a bit about feathers when we get to reflection, but otherwise the game's really not that different. Especially now that key binding has been made much easier with the 1.4 patch. You can bind something called a demo dash within the game now, so it makes it really, really easy to set up the correct binds, whether you're playing keyboard or controller, without any external programs.
This is mesmerizing.
Thank you. If you're wondering why I got the heart, also, I want to mention, we have to get all 175 berries, there's 5 in core, so we need 4 hearts to unlock core. So the most optimal ones are in city, old site. Well, I guess with the route I'm doing, I'm going to be getting the city heart, the old site heart, the resort heart, and the ridge heart. There is a bit of a route divergence. You can play 6B instead because the B sides give you hearts. However, I'm not super comfy with 6B, so I instead get the old site heart. The movement in this category is just really, really fun. It took a long time to learn, but there's an amazing All Red Berries tutorial series by Prof and Zenerous and Tio, and they literally go through every single room of the category, teaching you all the strats for entering, exiting, where to collect berries, what route to take, and that's how I learned this category, and shout outs to them for putting that together because I know it was a lot of work, but the Celeste community is amazing when it comes to gathering resources for everyone. It's awesome. Oh, I am having a bit of trouble getting up here. You have to do this funny corner kick on this wall. There it is. It's a bit tough. And there's City.
I found myself, like, you know, obviously, as speedrunners, I found myself, though, trying to do things like what you just did in that last screen. In my casual, like, oh, I bet I can get up this, like, this way, but then never being successful.
There's a lot of stuff that's like, oh, that feels so close. And if you do know the right inputs, you know, you can make it. But otherwise, it's like, oh, I'm just barely not getting there.
Yeah.
And there's some really advanced techniques that allow us to do some wild stuff, like that corner kick. You have to like neutral jump around the wall, which means jumping without holding any directions. So it would be very hard to do if you don't kind of know what you're doing.
Wait, this is sick.
Yeah, so that's the sight heart. It utilizes a intended mechanic in the game where you always get your dash back on screen transitions. And so you just kind of go back and forth and keep getting your dash. It's a really, really cool heart.
We have a question here in chat that I'm going to answer. Flygon hosts It's Dangerous to Go Alone, which is a cooperative speedrunning show here on Hotfix. And again, gamers, if you are just joining us, this is Intro to Hotfix, which is a little show I threw together just to show off that it doesn't end with AGDQ. There's speedrunning content here on the Games Done Quick channel year-round. I host 2 shows. Frozen Flygon hosts a show. We just had Fanta on a moment ago who hosts a show. There's lots of amazing shows, literally speedrunning content every day. But It's Dangerous to Go Alone is Frozen's show, and she does that every other Sunday, right after PB Precipice, which is a show that I host.
Yeah, it's great. Me and Ada run a show on the same day, which is such a blast because we kind of get to like hang out and say hi in between. It's really
For
fun.
like 10 seconds.
It's like, great show. See you later. Bye. I've been on the mic for 4 hours. I'm gonna go lay down now.
Yeah, exactly. I am exhausted.
Yeah, exactly. So this is old site. We got the mechanics of the dream blocks, and dream blocks are like some of the best parts of Celeste. Like, what a cool mechanic. Basically, you just like zoom me through if you have a dash. It's really, really fun. I do not want to have a berry here. I guess I should talk about berry collection. So you have to be standing on the ground for a certain number of frames to collect the berry. I don't remember the number off the top of my head. I'm sure there's knowledgeable Celeste humans in chat who know the number. But if you die with a berry, it goes back to its original position. So there's a big risk reward in keeping berries or collecting berries, because obviously stopping to collect them does lose you some time. If you carry the berries all the way through the chapter and then just collect them at the end, that's really fast. But if you drop a berry, you got to go back for it. So in a no reset situation like this, I'm really trying to collect the berries as fast as possible. But people going for like world record and PB attempts, they might keep the berries, and then, you know, if you die, you might just take a reset.
There's always, it's always an interesting sort of dichotomy there of like, how does one alter one's strats for a sort of more marathon-esque setting? So for like a showcase like this, you know, sometimes you just, the way you treat difficult strats is different.
It absolutely is. I'm definitely one of those people that like, basically every time I'm playing the game, I'm playing a marathon safe run. Not a lot of people play Celeste that way. They play very aggressively, but I've always been, in terms of speedrunning, I've always been kind of a like, I just want to do some no resets and get better from there and be more consistent, because my favorite part about speedrunning is doing marathons and showcases and stuff. So I'm not really altering much of what I do besides what I mentioned of like being super sure to collect berries fast.
I feel like you're selling yourself short here because just about nothing you're doing looks easy. So I wouldn't say any of this is like safe per se.
It's definitely, yeah, no, it's definitely consistent compared to a lot of other runners. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. I like my consistency.
Yeah.
It's something I really enjoy. It's just a different style in a way. So this is Awake, really fun section of the game. And there's one berry in this section we're gonna grab. It's a winged berry, and optimally, I'm gonna do this little corner jump. We'll see how it goes. Oop, oh, okay, I'll try it a few more times. Basically, I'm trying to just get on that little lip. There it is. And that way you don't have to go around, because winged berries, you're not allowed to dash in the room. So that's the fastest way to get that one, is to do a little corner jump like that. And there's Old Site. What a fun chapter.
That was great. So, Frozen, where can gamers find you on a normal day?
Sure, yeah. So it'll probably be, rotating on your screen and stuff, but I stream both Celeste and Super Mario World Kaizo fan games on my channel at Frozen Flygon, so you can head on over there on both Twitch and Twitter. I post my schedules there. I've been playing a lot of really hard custom maps called the D-Sides lately. That has been an absolute blast. I love challenging myself. And that's also why I love playing Super Mario World fan games, because Kaizo is just so fun and they kind of complement each other. Really tough platformers, staying determined, keeping your cool. So by playing both Celeste and SMW, I've become better at both games, and I think that's really awesome. So would love to see you stop by my channel.
We gotta get you on Challenger Approaching with some blind Kaizo.
Oh, I would love that. That would be so fun. Could do a few of the race levels or something. That'd probably be a blast.
I adored this chapter.
Resort is so divisive. It's really funny. I'm so glad to hear you say that, because a lot of people for the first time when they play this are like, oh, Resort was so hard. I hate the Dust Bunnies. Cycles are evil. And all of those things are true. But I love getting better at Resort. It is such a fun chapter to practice and learn the cycles to. It is a step up from the first two chapters for sure, but the level design of this is just amazing.
Right. I mean, that was kind of my takeaway from this chapter, right? Is like, there is just something so narratively interesting about this chapter with like the through line with the host. And
Oshiro, I love him.
As somebody that I also love this mechanic where you can't wall jump on the same place twice.
Yes.
That's so good. As somebody that speedran VVV for a long time.
Same.
I personally I like the whole like, oh, well, I died, but I can try again immediately.
I love that too. That's something I love about speedrunning V as well. Yeah, why the two games are so alike in that way. It's very forgiving. That's what I love about this speedrun. It's a very accessible speedrun. Like I see people watching being like, I could never do this. This is like really, but this is basically 2 years in the making. No one starts out like this. The base game took me like 15 hours my first time. We all start from somewhere, and Celeste was my first speedrun. And it is really accessible. There are a ton of guides out there. Everyone is so helpful. I'm also a verifier on the speedrun board, so if you ever have any questions, like, it's a really accessible speedrun. And the developers put an in-game timer in, so you don't even have to mess with live split. You can just like, my first speedruns were literally my iPhone pointed at my laptop because OBS couldn't run on my old computer.
Let's go.
My first sub 40 in this game, you can hear me out loud because I'm just like in my college dorm doing a speedrun with my phone pointed at it. Like, it's really
We love
funny.
the jank setup. That's so good.
So here we're at Huge Mess, and again, if you watch any percent speedruns, the order of this is going to be different because we need to get the heart. The heart in this chapter, you have to go backwards at towels, and so it's actually optimal for us to do towels first, and I'll kind of explain why that is. Oh, this room is really annoying. Give me a second to get through here. Okay. And when you die in this game, the Dust Bunnies are different. So death cycle is something really important to learn in any levels with cycles, something that speedrunners really have to deal with. Go ahead.
I'm listening to the soundtrack as you play, and I haven't listened to it since I played the game. And it is just so fantastic.
It's amazing. Lena is just fantastic, like really supportive of the community as well. I absolutely adore the soundtrack. So here I am gonna be heading up here to get the heart, and there's a special death warp we can do. So I'm going to head downwards, head back up, and you're gonna see Madeline just warp on up there. So that's a manipulation of the respawn. They didn't expect us to go back into that heart room, so we actually can skip talking to Oshiro. It saves a lot of time. Not enough time for it to be a viable strategy in any percent, because getting the heart, you're still going out of your way a little bit, but that heart skip is viable in nearly every other category, so really cool. That's why we do the order of towels, books, and chests, because now it's like, bam, we're already here.
That room killed me so many times.
It's so hard. It's very difficult. Yeah. And we were talking about Mario earlier. Fun fact, Maddie and the devs are also really big fans of SMW, and Maddie has made a few SMW fan games. This resort was kind of supposed to be the inverse of Switch Palaces in SMW, where you hit a Switch Palace and things get harder instead of hitting a Switch Palace and things getting easier. Kind of fun.
Oh, interesting.
Celeste trivia. Yeah. This berry is my nemesis. We are not friends. Okay, we're good. Yeah, that's
Damn,
huge
do I
mess.
gotta speedrun this game?
Yes.
Oh no,
Yeah,
dude.
you watch a speedrun of it and you're like, oh, this looks so cool, doesn't it? This
I
could
don't
be
have
you.
time. I don't have time to learn this.
It's so good. Even just like sitting down and doing like an any percent run in one sitting is just really fun. You know, no stress. You don't have to learn any advanced strats or anything. Just replaying the game, you've already improved so much by the time you beat Summit. You'll love it going back through the earlier stages and being like, wow, I've improved so much. And that's how a speedrunner's born. You just keep doing
Yes.
90% over and over again. You can't escape.
Oh, this room also. That long room, really.
This room is hard. So funny route here. So again, in any percent, we would just kind of demo through those, but there's some berries down here that we've got to get. But I still am going to do the demo dash, and I'll explain why when we get there. This room's really tough. Gonna kind of play a little bit safe here, collecting the berry in the middle. Okay. So I'm gonna go backwards through this room because I don't want to get the key at the end of that room. That key is mean and difficult. Not that this room isn't mean and difficult, but I am more consistent at going backwards through here than I am getting the key on the left side. So we're gonna pick that berry up and we're going to do the famous little demo dash here where I have a crouch dash button. I have to tap up on the wall and I will go in between these dust bunnies. There we go. So that's a funny thing that was not intended by the developers. You basically, we have a key for it in the key binds called crouch dash. And there are certain spots you can just squeeze on in between the danger like that. That's a really fun part of this chapter.
That is cool.
Yeah. And now with the new key binds and everything, there's an advanced tech called demo hypers. You've been seeing me do the little thing where I just kind of get a lot of horizontal speed. That's called a hyper dash. You can do a demo hyper, which allows for some really, really cool shenanigans. There's a lot of advanced tech in this game, but when you're starting out learning, you know, you don't need to start with all the fancy backflips and spins and whatever. You can just play at your own pace and learn things as you go, which is really what I love about learning this game. All right. Oshira is going to be mean to me. That's fine. This section is evil a little bit, but definitely one that gets so much better once you start just practicing it. Whereas like casually, this section destroyed me. Few berries on this Oshira screen make it a little challenging.
That's
Fine
nice
on
that they stay collected.
Yes, it is. That's the good thing about this is you can kind of die on the screen, and then I reverted back to my any percent strat basically, which I'm more comfortable with, and I keep the berry, so pretty nice. Is it possible to bind demo on controller? Yes, if you have 1.4, which is available on PC, I believe PS5 now, and Switch, you can bind a crouch dash button in the advanced bind section on keyboard or controller. Good question. But it does depend on what platform you have it. But the majority of people who own this game have it on PC or Switch. So very likely. All right, heading into Ridge. Ridge Arb is like one of the coolest parts of the entire game. It's a very berry dense chapter. And the strats are just really fun. Why am I down here? Get in the bubble, Madeline. All right. Hi, Burb.
Hello, Burb.
We all love the Celeste Burb.
How can you not?
So we've got wind, and casually wind is a huge problem. And it's not that it's not a problem in the speedrun, but when you're doing a lot of the speed tech, the wind really doesn't impact Madeline as much. So it's not as much of a problem as you might think. which is good. The snowballs, however, they will always be a problem. We cannot escape those. Heckin' snowballs.
Okay, there's a moment, I think it's in this chapter, it might be in the next chapter. I was stuck for like way too long, not knowing where to go in a screen that I think is somewhat soon. I'll let you know when I see it.
Okay, sounds good. I'm very curious. It's easy to I would say it's easy to get lost in both this chapter and in Temple. So, oh no, I lost the seed. All right. So seeded berries, you can't go on the ground, which makes them pretty difficult. You might be saying, I just saw you go on the ground right there. Oh wait, did I miss that one up top? Okay, I did. There is a certain pixel window that you can slide off of a surface. It's kind of silly, but it does work, and you'll get your dash back like that. Seeded berries are really tough. There we go. And the cassette's to the left. We don't need the cassette not heading to 4B, so. Oh, I need my dash.
So are
Sometimes
what
any percent brain gets you.
Oh, for sure. What bonus content will you need to unlock in order to get more berries?
I'm gonna have to go to core.
Oh, this is it.
Oh, this room?
Not the
shrine.
branching pads, but the bigger room that you get into all the branching pads.
This room
I was stuck
can
here for so
absolutely
long.
be confusing because you're like, okay, let me check out this room. Another berry. Let me check out this room. Ah, more berries. Where am I going?
I was stuck here for like an hour. I was like, where do I go?
Oh, that's funny. The answer is that where the glowing light is, but we don't want to go there quite yet because we need the berries. Especially when you're playing a game casually, I feel like it's like, wait, I want to see all the secrets, but I don't know which one's the way to go. Help.
I think weirdly my problem was I figured out like clearly I need to get to the glowing light, but I didn't know how to get there.
Yeah, because you have to drop back down and use the moving block, which is like kind of big brain.
It's very big brain. Maybe that's just me protecting myself, but...
No. It's big brain. Don't worry. We as speedrunners just use a little spike jumps, which so we don't have to worry about backtracking.
Okay. I figured there was some special sauce.
Always. And we're gonna get to see one of my favorite hearts coming up here. We'll see if people in chat get the reference. Get up there, Maddie. Oh man. This is a pretty hard hyper. You gotta dash at the right time to get up there. There we go. All right, we're gonna fly by it. We'll be back though. It's a little white block. If anyone recognizes that, you'll get to see it more in a second. Ta-da! And with 1.4, they added the little crouchy Madeleines because there were a bunch of people that did not get the reference from Super Mario Bros. 3.
Super Mario Bros. 3.
Yeah, yeah. And so they were like, fine, you heathens that haven't played Super Mario Bros. 3. Here's a crouchy Madeleine.
Well, I feel like there's also like, there's probably a good amount of people that have played SMB3 and have no idea about that secret.
That's true too. I mean, that's fair. You can play the game and just not know about that anyway. But
It's a pretty well hidden flute.
yeah. Just very, very funny reference. You can definitely tell the developers are Mario fans.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to take another moment here to say that, of course, everybody, you are watching the Games Done Quick Hotfix. So AGDQ is over, but the speedrunning content does not end here. As you can see, we have lots of cool speedrunning still happening. My name is Adef, and I'm taking you on this journey today through some hotfix stuff you might expect to see. So I have 3 other showrunners. I also run some shows here, displaying their skills and showing off some stuff that you might see on hotfix from time to time. Hotfix is everyday, year-round speedrunning content here on the GDQ channel, so I implore all of you that are here checking this out to join us again. In fact, there will be shows as soon as tomorrow. I believe we have the community spotlight, but I will check to, just double check here to see what we have. Tomorrow will be No Category Left Behind and community spotlight.
Awesome. And the Games Done Quick Twitter also always posts what hotfix shows are going to be going on each week. So, if there's certain games that you don't want to miss, be sure to follow the GDQ Twitter because that's where you'll see the hotfix schedule every single week.
Yeah, and just to give a little more info on what's tomorrow, No Categories Left Behind is a show about category extensions, and that will be run by our good friend Nuclear Reaction. And then Community Spotlight is just showcasing cool stuff that's going on in the speedrunning community from Railcoon. You don't want to miss that either. I saw a question, what was behind the door? Well, my friends, you're going to have to go back at some point and watch this VOD of this stream right now and check out the beginning. I revealed all. But for right now, we've got Frozen Flygon playing Celeste.
Yeah, we're getting all the red berries. There's 175 of them. The really cute thing is in the game, it says, you know, berries are just to collect your they're just to impress your friends. There are no other reason. They don't really change anything else in the game, but they do cause the absolute best speedrunning category. I love this category. It has been amazingly optimized by so many members of the community, and you just get to see so much more of the game than any percent. So it's really, really fun to learn if you have the time investment. Oh, I missed the berry. Come here. Now we got the strong winds of Cliff Face. This is a pretty fun section of the chapter. We're basically just trying to spam speed tech as much as possible so the wind doesn't hurt us, and the snowballs have as few opportunities as possible to slam us in the face. Very technical part of Ridge, both in any percent and in all red berries. Really amazing chapter though.
What's your favorite chapter? I gotta know.
My favorite chapter is actually Farewell, the DLC that was added later on in release. Farewell is, it feels like in many ways like Kaizo. It's such a amazing difficulty increase, and it utilizes speed tech within the level. Like the puzzles and rooms are designed around tech, which after having speedrun the game for about 6-7 months when Farewell came out, it was like exactly what I wanted out of the game. And so my main speedrun used to be just the Farewell chapter. And so I absolutely adore Farewell.
I can't, like, you know, obviously since I only played the game through once, I'm not sure if I have a discernible answer as far as my favorite chapter. I also, something you should know about me, I am like a complete pushover for snow levels in video games. I adore snow and mountains and old architecture. So like this game was a perfect blend of all my favorite things.
It was made for you. You had to love it.
I adored it. I couldn't put it down after I think I beat it in a day.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
You know, the people I live with are like, dinner's ready, and I'm like, I can't.
I have to keep playing this game. I can't stop. Exactly. So here we are in the Mirror Temple. The Mirror Temple is very famous for kind of being it's an extremely open level. It's very sprawling. There's a lot of nooks and crannies where things are. And Temple Arb is one of the most beautiful parts of speedrunning. The strats that are in this chapter, the optimization that you'll see, it is just so much fun to play. This is probably my favorite All Red Berries level, just because of all the different rooms we get to see, the search movement, the Theo movement we're gonna see at the end of the chapter. It's just so fun. And of course, like if you're mostly playing any percent or true ending or other things, everyone plays 5B mostly. So you don't even really get to see 5A that much. And so Arb is the notable exception of like, you get to see 5A in all of its glory. And the song is also just so beautiful and tender. It's great.
Oh, this is is this the world where you sort of, or chapter, pardon me, where you sort of finish with the big long dash through all the looping stage design you've seen so far?
No, not yet.
Okay, that might be later. That was like a moment where I was like, oh my God, this game.
In Summit, you get to see
yes,
each part of the game again, and it is so beautiful. Summit Arb is like a category of its own. It is about 15 minutes straight of getting berries. It is a monster of a level. And it's awesome.
So do you, as somebody, do you like to use live split alongside this to track your splits, or do you purely just use the IGT?
If I'm streaming, I will generally have live split open, but I don't like looking at it myself. So so people can kind of see what pace I'm on, but I prefer kind of like going splits blind and not seeing where I am until like the very end when I do some quick math of like, oh, this could PB maybe, cool.
Right.
I've never been the kind of person that is like, all right, I'm a minute behind, let me reset, because I just like finishing out runs. So.
How would you, how many deaths on average would you say are in like an any percent run or an all red berries run?
That definitely varies per person, because again, if your style is to go for extremely hard strats, you're gonna have a lot more deaths than someone like me, where I play much more conservatively. But I guess that's a good question. I don't really keep track of that much. We'll have to see at the end. But like people have finished any percent runs with as little as like, you know, 5-6 deaths, and some of those are intentional. So you can definitely get it really optimized.
Have you attempted a deathless run of this game?
I have not. A lot of people really like golden berries, which are kind of the game's the game allows you to go through and beat levels deathless with the golden, and if you die, it resets you automatically. I am not really a goldener. I respect those who do that, like, so much. But for me, the fun part about Celeste speedrunning is going for those tough stuff, and then I can just reset if I miss it. And it's not a huge deal. So it's like a totally different aspect of this game that I completely respect. Like, you know, it's like challenge running versus speed running. So it's never really been my cup of tea, but I know a ton of people who are amazing at it.
Right on.
I have done some other shenanigans though, like invisible and mirror mode. And I've actually run this category grabless. I'm one of, I think, 4 people that have ever completed grabless all red berries. And that requires pause buffering to get a berry in this chapter and a few other really, really tough berries. So I do some challenge runs, just not deathless related ones.
When you say grabless, could you iterate upon that a little bit? What does that mean?
Yeah, so like there's a variant in the game that just basically takes away your ability to grab onto walls. Like you see me grabbing and climbing on the walls, she'll just fall down and you can't grab. So there's a bunch of alternative strategies to complete screens grabless. It's so much fun.
I'm amazed you can beat the game at all like that.
Yeah, you can do any percent and all red berries. It's kind of amazing, and there's been some people who have really pushed that category, like, you know, Fel and Crichter and Uni and Spiralis. Like they've done amazing work in routing out how to do those optimally and giving us like all the cues for the pauses and stuff like that. I literally couldn't have done it without their help, and it was such an amazing accomplishment to be able to do that. Oh, did not mean to do that. Menuing is impossible.
It is
she
impossible.
gets to become a seeker here, which is kind of funny. Optimizing seeker movement is silly. All right, now we're Maddie again. So this is where this chapter gets really, really fun. This is a section called, it's not intervention, that's in 2A. Unraveling. And this is where seekers kind of come into play, and bouncing off of seekers and stuff like that makes this really fun. So seekers, you might, if you're playing the game casually, you might think that seekers are kind of maybe RNG dependent or something like that. But they're not. They're totally dependent on where Madeline is on the screen. They're completely manipulatable, and we use that to our advantage. There's a berry over here. This is the only berry in this checkpoint. So the rest of this kind of just plays like normal. The seekers can hit coins for you. So gonna try and have them help me out as much as possible. And you can also bounce on them to get your dash back. Those are kind of two important things about seekers.
Just a little bit of teamwork.
Yeah, exactly. I've missed both strats so far where I want them to get the coins, but it's all good. Madeline's just got to do a little bit more work today. There we go. Awesome. And those little silver things are the secret barriers, so they can't see Madeline within them. That's pretty useful for you. Get out of here, Seeker. Okay. Cool. Now we head into Search. If you played Search casually, to get the berry, to get all the berries in this section and to get out of here, there's 3 keys that you have to get. Thanks to the utilization of something called Search Skip, we actually only need to grab 1 key, and that's for the berry. But the scary thing is, if you go too close to the locks and you're carrying a key, the locks are gonna absorb your key, and we don't want that to happen. So you're gonna see me taking like kind of a very wide route on the bottom of this section to once I get the key to make sure it doesn't get eaten up by any of the locks, so we can use it for the berry. And this is the 1 key we snag. This section is just really cool. All down here. And yes, for those in the chat who are noticing my bow, it is a Bulbasaur bow. I am glad that someone has noticed.
Oh, on brand, on brand.
Yes, I actually have one. Oh, I don't want to go down here. I have ones for all of the Kanto starters and Pikachu. Oh, I want to go here, actually.
As if your username wasn't evidence enough that you are clearly a Pokemon fan.
Yeah, right? It's okay. I mean, every so often, I literally have, like... I feel like Flygon is, like, a decent number of people know that Pokemon, but it's not, like, you know, Pikachu. So there's definitely people who are like, oh my gosh, I had no idea your name was a Pokemon reference. So this is your educational tip of the day. Flygon is Pokemon.
But you've also
And
got
it's
the little
awesome.
pun there at the end. Mm-hmm. In the spelling.
Exactly. All right, here we go. So this is the 1 key where that was just Search Skip. You just do a reverse super, which allows us to get over that gap and keep our dash. And this key was for that berry. And then we are zooming. This Seeker's name is Ralph. Hi, Ralph.
Hello.
The Tassers named him Ralph because it makes the Tassers lose a cycle, and there's nothing they can do about it. So we're not actually friends of Ralph, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
Ralph is very slow. Enemy to Tassers everywhere. Passing this game is also amazing. I highly recommend looking up. If you enjoyed this run, you should absolutely look up the All Red Berries task that was done at, I believe, SGDQ a few years ago. I don't remember the exact year, but one of my best friends, Uni, helped put that together, and it is absolutely amazing. Like, oh my goodness, the strategies that they use in that task, the work that they put together. Celeste tasks are just incredible, so highly recommend looking that up.
Yo, this escort section is sick in the speedrun.
It is. Theo has some really cool movement. It's very tough, but with hypers, we can kind of just throw Theo, hyper into him, and then use zoom really fast. And it is a really fun section to optimize. Here, you're required to bonk on the Seeker to throw Theo into that button to grab this berry. Really cool puzzle. And Theo just says, now you're just showing off, which I love the sassy dialogue from Theo. Theo saves the day again. Yes, you did great. Oh, I want to reset this to show the zoomy strat. It's really fun. Whee! Kind of just fly across using the momentum from the block there. This section is really fun to speedrun.
There's a question here in chat for you. Have you ever played Super Meat Boy?
I have not played Super Meat Boy.
Oh,
and
you would love Super Meat Boy.
You say that, but a lot of people who go from Celeste to Super Meat Boy find Super Meat Boy a lot slippier than Madeline and kind of have a tough time with the controls, actually.
Interesting. I did a handful of any percent runs in Meat Boy years ago, like 6 years ago. And I think it's a great game.
Absolutely. I mean, I should try it out sometime. Definitely.
I would say, I think slippier controls is a fair assessment when compared to Celeste. But it's great.
Not necessarily a bad thing, just different. Takes a little bit to adjust to, you know?
Of course.
That was a really nice temple, honestly. Pretty clean Theo section there. Super happy with that. That's such a fun chapter in the speedrun. It's just really beautiful. The movement in that is amazing. And so Reflection does not have any berries. So I kind of talked earlier about the route diversion. There are no berries in 6A. So optimally, you can skip the old site heart, the one where we kind of went back and forth across screen transitions, and you can play 6B because completing the B side in this game does unlock the next chapter. So you can grab the cassette, complete the B side, and that is faster. For example, in any percent, a lot of players play 5B, and a lot of top players play 6B in any percent as well, which is just amazing. And then especially in all red berries, it saves time to play 6B. However, I have not fully learned 6B yet, so we're just gonna be cruising in the 6A chapter. So this is a, if you want to talk a little bit more about Hotfix stuff for all the people coming in, this is a great time because it's not fundamentally any different than Reflection in any percent.
Sure. So to everybody who's here, if you have cycled in or you're just now catching us, or if you've even heard it before, you're about to hear it again. This is GDQ Hotfix. So AGDQ obviously ended yesterday. And again, thank you so much to all the generous donors and viewers and chatters. We really, really appreciate your time and donations towards a great cause. AGDQ was wildly successful, and we're very thankful for that. But the good news is that even with AGDQ being over, the speedrunning content does not end. So GDQ Hotfix is what you're watching right now. And Hotfix is a collection of regular shows hosted by some speedrunners like Frozen Flygon and myself. And we put on regular speedrunning content here on the GDQ channel. And when I say regular, I mean literally every day. So there are weekly and bi-weekly shows that sort of alternate around. So there's some fresh stuff to look at every day. I host 2 shows. One of them is Challenger Approaching, and one of them is PB Precipice. Challenger Approaching is all about challenge runs. That's on every other Friday night. And PB Precipice is about speedrunners trying to get personal bests. So Hotfix is a really wonderful way to learn more about the speedrunning community, and also just to have some sick speedrunning content to see in your everyday life. It's not just about the main events. There's cool stuff to watch every single day. Weekdays starts at 7 p.m. Eastern, and weekends starts at 1 p.m. Eastern. If you want to find out more about any shows or times or runners, you can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix for more info. Frozen Flygon, why don't you tell them a little bit about your show?
Yeah, absolutely. So every other Sunday starting at 4, right after PB Precipice by Ada, I run a cooperative speedrun show called It's Dangerous to Go Alone. And we've actually had a lot of different amazing speedruns, such as Celeste Bingo Co-op. That was really fun. Had Lovers in a Dangerous Space-Time 4-player, which was hilarious. And this upcoming Sunday at 4, gonna have Ori and the Blind Forest and Cat Quest 2, which is going to be a blast. So would love to see you there, especially if you like cooperative speedruns and love hearing the runners communicate with each other. Because that's my favorite part, is you're not just relying on yourself, you're relying on your speedrunning partner, and things change in the moment based on what happens with them, and it's so dynamic. That's what I really, really love about it.
I guess I could say what I'm doing in my next 2 shows.
Totally.
So next Sunday, right before Course Show, I will be doing PB Precipice, like they said. And we will be having Dragon Blitz on, doing Castlevania Symphony of the Night PB attempts. And then Friday, 5 days after that, will be Challenger Approaching, and Party Arlie will be on showing off Stardew Valley challenge runs.
Ooh, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be very different for my show. I haven't really had stuff like that on before, so I'm really excited.
Awesome, that's great. Yeah, Hotfix has been amazing. And, as one of the newer showrunners, I can't speak highly enough to the Hotfix team, and it's really cool to see so many people here hanging out after AGDQ. I got stuck! No! So there's a technique there called the Battle and Boost. I got the first half of it, where I do a hyper bunny hop to kind of fly using the Kevin block momentum. And the second half of it is that if you skip the cutscene correctly, you'll just fly straight into battle. And I did it a bit too late, and Maddie got stuck in the floor. Which is hilarious. Here we've got the Battle and Fight, which is really fun to learn how to go fast here. This was probably my favorite part of the game casually. I was absolutely blown away by this platformer boss fight. I thought it was one of the coolest things in video games ever, and I still do. And it's really fun to learn how to optimize getting to battle in as quickly as possible and just flying through these sections.
Oh, I adored this segment.
It's
I'm
so
a huge fan
fun.
as well. Like the through line of the game entices you to go faster as the game progresses. Like the mechanics become more quick. The individual screens require you to complete them more quickly. But
Yep.
this section specifically is like you must go fast, and the background even like entices you to go
Yes.
quickly.
It
So it's
does.
just all this little visual language that teaches you like go fast. I was like, yes, please.
Right? And also the music builds as you progress throughout the chapter. The layering that's done by the composer Lena Rain is just absolutely stunning. The vocals here are amazing. It all comes together for one of the coolest boss fights in video games. It's amazing.
We also got to give a shout out to Powered Up Audio, I think,
Yes.
here for helping with the sounds for this game.
Yes. Kevin and the team at Power Up Audio are amazing, and they've also helped with GDQ events in the past, and they helped with AGDQ making some sounds for the new overlays. So huge shout out to Power Up Audio as well.
My boy Kevin.
I know, right? So sweet.
When you
I
have
see-
a second court and no rush at all, but I feel like it would be a good opportunity for you to talk about frame fatales.
Oh,
I know
absolutely.
you're involved with the planning of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am one of the event admins for Frame Fatales, which is GDQ's all-women speedrunning community. And we have an upcoming event that we've been planning called Frost Fatales. It's going to start on February 27th. You can check out the schedule at gamesdonequick.com/schedule/38, I believe it is, and see all the amazing women that are going to be doing speedruns during that event. We're going to be raising money for Malala Fund to help women across the world get education, which is a cause near and dear to my heart as a math teacher. And
I didn't know you taught math.
Yeah, I'm a math and reading tutor. So I love
That's great.
that we raise money for Malala Fund. It's really, really impactful. And the schedule is going to be amazing. I'm going to be running a Celeste custom map called Into the Jungle, which is so brilliant in its mechanics and in decoration and aesthetics. It's going to be a blast. So you can get more information at gamesdonequick.com/framefatales if you want to check that out. Cool. And that's the end of Reflection. Actually, great timing. We just got 2 dashes. So now we're going to fly through Summit with our 2 dashes and pick up the 45 berries, I believe it is, that are in Summit. It's a lot.
Yeah, shout out to math teachers, honestly. I studied physics in college, so first of all, obviously I adore math, but like I feel like the positive impact I have had from excellent math teachers is like so high. Like a great math teacher, especially for somebody who likes STEM, is like a game changer.
I totally agree. I think teachers have impacted so many of us throughout our lives. I know every single person in this chat right now can think back to a teacher that has made their life better, and that's all I want to do, and play some video games fast.
Well, the teacher making my life better right now, Frozen Flygon showing off
What the heck?
Celeste.
I think I'm getting
What the
bullied.
heck, dude?
Thank you. That's very sweet.
Twitch.tv/FrozenFlygon for more speedrunning content. The link's going to be in the chat.
Heck yeah. Yeah, I play Celeste and Super Mario World. Sometimes fast, sometimes difficult mods, and it's always a blast. Would
And
love
a
to see
new
friends
Twitch
there.
partner as well.
Yes, I did. I did. I found out the day before Thanksgiving that I got partnered, which was a wild experience.
2021 Twitch Partner Club represent.
Yes. So that's been an absolute joy. I just started streaming, because of the pandemic. I really wanted some more social interaction, and then it's blossomed into something really beautiful.
That's great. Just a science teacher, not a math one. Hey, I didn't study math. I studied science, so big ups to all the science teachers as well. Also, IMO math is science, but whatever.
Yeah, for real. Also, don't worry, I got my degree in chemistry, so you're in good hands.
Excellent. So we got all the natural sciences here.
Yes, exactly. So Summit is a marathon of a level normally, but then especially with all red berries, like I said before, it's going to be probably in the range of 15 to 17 minutes straight, which in Celeste is very unnatural. Or unusual, I should say. Because we do everything by in-game time. When you're submitting speedruns, you're totally allowed to take breaks in between chapters, and many people do to rest their hands or whatnot. There's absolutely no penalty for it. Whereas playing things like Farewell or playing things like Summit All Red Berries, you're just going. And this game has such a high input density that it is definitely an endurance challenge.
Math is science fighting words. I mean, have you been able to do any science without math?
Getting into the real psychological questions.
I know.
All right, getting to the end of the 500 section.
I may, I have a hot take about chemistry, but
Okay.
this is a controversial one. I think you have no chemistry without physics.
I don't think that's controversial at all. That makes a lot of
Okay,
sense.
sweet.
Thermodynamics and all that kind of stuff that drives chemical reactions is also very physics related. I'm with you. All of the subjects can coexist with each other and just lift each other up. You know? No competition here.
Nah, that's lame. We hate each other.
Competition in my speedrunning show? More likely than you
way.
think. So yeah, this is Summit, and as you can see, we're kind of recapping all the sections, which is like what makes Summit so fun. That's what ADF was kind of talking about earlier, is like, wow, going back through and revisiting everything. But now we have 2 dashes, which makes it like even more fun and even more different than the first time we went through it. And you know, in the story, it's because Battlein threw us back to the bottom of the mountain and we're climbing back up. But now we're climbing up with her help, and that's why we have 2 dashes. And it's just a beautiful, amazing story. If you haven't played this game, I will harp on how beautiful of a game it is, both from a gameplay perspective and a story perspective.
This whole section slaps.
It's incredible.
It's like the reimagination of the mechanics with your newfound skill and abilities is like so good.
Yeah, exactly. And it's definitely a step up in difficulty, but like you as the player have also grown throughout all the chapters, so it doesn't feel insurmountable. It feels natural, and so
Right.
it's really fun. All right, now we go into 1500. Definitely a scary section of the speedrun. As I just showed, I got totally owned there with the wrong jump. And so we've got a lot of cycles to contend with, a lot of longer rooms in this section as well. Definitely one of this and 2K, which is the next section, probably the 2 I have practiced the most in the ARB speedrun, just because of how dense and difficult the rooms are. This room missed that dash. This room requires a lot of planning because you have these wigglers that if you've gone on a surface once, you can't go on them again. So you kind of got to plan your route through here.
The Twitch chat has become exclusively discussion of hierarchy of sciences.
I love it. I love it. You never know what we're going to end up talking about. And that's
No.
why it's so funny.
Especially on my shows, man. Railcoon is tech and producer for my shows, and Railcoon will just come over mic sometimes into my head and be like, man, Ada, it didn't take very long for everything to just be off the rails. I'm like, yeah, this happens every time. We're talking about Martin baseball. There's lore in the ADF shows.
I love it. I love it.
I won't get into it, but there's lore.
As you can see, I kind of went back to the previous screen because I was carrying a berry, and that's called the Quad Ultra room. It's a very difficult room, so I did not want to wait around and see if I was going to die with that berry. So I kind of screen transitioned back and got the berry, because if you lose a berry, I kind of mentioned this earlier, but I'll mention it again, you have to go back and get it, and you can't just like warp to the room where it is. You've got to restart at the beginning of the checkpoint, which would involve doing all of 1500 again. So it's really important that you are careful about when you collect your berries. I've had some PBs with dropped berries, and it's like, oh man, that was just a minute of a berry I had to go back for. It's like, no.
That's so sad.
Yeah. But so far, no missed or dropped berries, which is very impressive. any percent brain sometimes takes over, and my chat will just yell at me, "You missed a berry! You missed a berry!" And I'm like, "Oh, gotta go back and get it." But the more practice, the less and less that happens. So that's good. And here's 2K, which is a really technical section of Summit. It's a lot of tricky berries everywhere. This is funny because this section's in the any percent run. You actually get that berry up top, so it's a very natural part of the run. Same with this berry. Speedrunners generally go under here and grab this one, so not much different there.
Is there ever, like, I don't know, obviously it doesn't waste that much time to look at the berry counter tick up at the end of the chapter, but I guess if that's not part of the in-game time, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at all. Anything after you have skipped the last cutscene doesn't count. So obviously, like, for GDQ setting, it's having the real game timer count up, but
right.
You can like sit there and you can check your journal. You can see how your pace was on all the other levels. Like you can like, we don't recommend that you do this, the verifiers, but you could like, go get up, get some water, make some tea. Like, as long as it's not an unreasonable break, we don't really care if people take breaks between chapters, which is like really good for an intensive game like this, honestly.
I'm gonna learn the 80% run and then take full day breaks in between every chapter and then submit it and ask for you to verify it.
You know what? I would probably do it. I'm a wimp. We have like a little verifier chat, and people will be like, "Oh, they took like a 20-minute break on this hour-and-a-half run." I'm like, "I don't care. I'll verify it. It's fine."
I'll happily watch their empty chair for 20
right.
minutes.
I was the gal who submitted a phone recording. Like, it's all good. Someone verified that. I'm a pay it forward.
Oh, we have a question here in chat.
Sure.
Do you think it's valuable to start learning the speedrun, not perfecting it, but just getting started with the tech before going into farewell?
That's a good question. I guess, are you asking from a speedrunning perspective or a casual perspective? Because
from a speedrunning perspective.
From a speedrunning perspective, yes. If you're planning on speedrunning farewell ever, I would recommend getting really comfortable with basic speedrunning tech. Like, you don't need to grind yourself down to like a 30 any percent or anything like that, but I would get comfortable with it. If you're just playing casually, the game does teach you everything you need to know. But I would recommend playing the seasides before playing farewell if you're thinking casually. Farewell's an amazing speedrun. It really is. It takes a lot of time investment just because of its difficulty, but it is a joy to speedrun and play. It's a very, very rewarding chapter.
This berry was very difficult for me.
That berry's hard, and we don't even do it the correct way. Cheat by wall bouncing on the side there.
I definitely didn't get all the berries in my playthrough, but there were a few when I stumbled upon them, and I was like, oh, this challenge is really enjoyable.
Yeah, Celeste was part of SGDQ last year. I know that because it was me, Smile.
Smile.
If you're interested in seeing some more Celeste stuff from me on the GDQ stage, you can watch an amazing custom map titled Glyph. It is absolutely gorgeous. It's themed around the seasons. I did all A sides for SGDQ, and it was an absolute blast. The modding community of this game is fantastic.
Oh yeah. You can actually catch VODs of not just main events, but any VOD from a Hotfix show. At youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick, which is our YouTube channel. And all the main event runs are either up now from AGDQ 2022, or they will be up by the next few days. Usually runs go up pretty fast these days. But we also have all of our Hotfix content. It's all organized into playlists. So if you find a Hotfix show you like and you wish, I wish I could watch the older episodes, but the Twitch VODs are gone or whatever, they're all on YouTube.
Yeah. It's so nice. You can just kind of watch whatever you want, whenever you want. Don't have to, it's like, oh, I'm working during this one, or I just happen to miss that. It's like the archive is fantastic for just being able to watch everything back that you're interested in.
Absolutely.
There's a bunch of berries up here. You're gonna be seeing me go kind of a weird direction. So there's a berry here, then there's 2 hidden switches we have to get that unlock a different berry. Kind of fun movement there. And here's the other berry. And we are out of 2500 and we're on the home stretch of Summit. This has actually been a really nice run for me so far. Very happy with how this has been going. So this is not the end of the run. We still have core after this. Don't be fooled. But once we get to the top of the summit, there's still one more level. But it only has 5 berries in it. The vast majority of the berries we will have already collected. And this is 3K. We got all of our flags. If you want to try and count and keep up, more power to you. It's gonna be fast. And there's a few flags I skipped, so don't get baited by those. This section's really fun. First, we have downdraft, which is where you have heavy winds going downward, making your jumps and upward movement a lot snappier, which actually makes it really fun for the speedrun. And then we'll have updraft, which is much floatier, kind of harder to go fast and optimize. Here we are at updraft. There's this berry off to the side that is really easy to miss. You literally can't see that cloud unless you know it's there. Funny enough, there is a category extension, an unofficial category extension called Visible Red Berries, where you just get berries that show up on the screen. That's a funny category.
We got lots of gamers in chat counting along with you here.
I love it. Always a good tradition. Such a fun part of the game. It feels so satisfying to get through here, both casually and when you're speedrunning. Definitely a chapter of the game that in both any percent, in really any category, but especially any percent ARB, you gotta grind this chapter a lot. You wanna be comfortable towards the end of the run. Definitely spent a lot of time on Summit.
It's actually a mistake a lot of speedrunners, myself included, often make is practicing early game more than late game. Because you're like, well, actually, it's inadvertent sometimes, because if you're a reset heavy runner like myself, you end up playing more early game than late game. And then your early game gets so good, and then you get to late game and you're losing so much time.
Absolutely. One benefit of Celeste, which is still true for a lot of games, but is the level selector makes it just so easy to target practice certain areas of the run versus like, oh, I need to have a save file set up at the final boss, or you know, it takes me forever to get to the point that I actually need to practice. Celeste has the benefit of like, you can just target practice any level or even any checkpoint that you need practice in due to the menu select. It's really nice.
This is definitely the best era to get into speedrunning.
Yes.
As somebody that has been around a very, 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 very long time, the era of having to make your own save files is over for like every major game.
Yeah, it's so nice.
There are tools and save managers for like everything now, and I cannot tell you how nice that is.
It is. We even have a thing called Speedrun Tool in the modding community. They've made that, and it allows you to set save states. It tracks room lengths of time if you want to like beat your PB in a specific room. It is just, you can speed up the death animation. It's just an amazing tool.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Oh, that was a great summit. Just barely over 15. My PB's like a 40 something. So that was really nice.
Very nice.
Especially while like talking and stuff.
We're coming up to the end here, right?
We are. So I have to go into the epilogue. We have 1 level left, and that's core. Hopefully I have 170 berries. I do. What a nice amount of deaths. Fantastic.
Oh, nice.
I love it. So you go to epilogue because that is what unlocks core, and hopefully I grabbed the 4 hearts. I think we did. Let's head on into core. Yes, we got sub hour any percent as well. So my chat always congratulates me on sub hour, which is funny.
Very nice.
Yes. For anyone curious, my any percent time is a 32. So there's a lot of different stuff going on with ARB. As you can see, that's about double
the length.
Yeah. All right, we're heading to core. So if you've never seen core before, you might not really understand what it's kind of different here. Madeline does not get her dash back on the ground. You only get your dash back from dash crystals and screen transitioning. So that makes this a really unique chapter. And we're coming up on a very cool skip called Ice Skip, where I'm just gonna fly across the screen and hopefully get this berry and not have to do it again. Awesome. And so that skip's going to the right side of the core and turning on the ice and saves a lot of time. And I am extremely happy I got that first try. Holy
Nice.
heck. It's a big barrier to entry in All Red Berries is learning how ice skip works. You basically have to like do an ultra across the screen and preserve your momentum. It's very precise and it looks really heckin' cool. It's very cool.
Man, I wish I unlocked this area.
Core is awesome. Really, really fun. The good thing is getting 4 hearts is really not too difficult. I definitely recommend going back and doing that. There's a few easy ones, especially if you're looking them up. And it is, Core A is an incredibly cool level to figure out how to do. It's like way more puzzly than most parts of the game, just because you have the limited dashes, and it's very unique. And the aesthetics are sick. All right, that's a pinball berry, one of the worst berries in the run. It's just mean sometimes. Bumpers are a thing that exists.
Yes.
So yeah, there's the 5 berries here. Really easy to forget the one I got before this, but we're doing good. There's one berry up in here that's pretty hidden, and you have to be very careful about how you traverse this room because it's hidden up here. Kind of sneaky. Oh, meant to get a hyper there. No problem though. This level is similar to Resort in a lot of ways that there's a lot of cycles that you have to contend with. Definitely a level that you got to practice a lot for both All Red Berries and another category that I love called True Ending, where you beat Farewell from a fresh file. You have to head through core to do that. So I've practiced it a good amount for both of those categories. This Rising Lava section is just so fun.
I've been informed that apparently GDQ VODs don't delete. So you could just go see the stuff on here or on YouTube. But
Oh, cool.
the YouTube definitely, has nice little thumbnails and sort of, a place to see it all in playlists and everything. So, whatever floats your boat, you can always catch the hotfix content after the fact.
That's great to know. And
Hotfixes
here's our
are
final
pretty cool, I
berry.
think. The final berry.
Yeah, 175, and you might be like, what? Why isn't that time? You have all the berries. That's right in the name. And there's a few reasons for that. Firstly and foremostly, we decided that would be heckin' lame if time was just called there. If you just had to return to map and call time there. That is so anticlimactic. Secondly, if you've dropped a berry, that might not necessarily be your last one. So you have to have time to go back. Your last berry could be in another chapter. So making that have to be where time ends would be kind of odd. So those are kind of the reasons that we do that. You have to finish core. It is in our rules. So we do have them all. Didn't forget or drop any, which is really great. This is a really solid run for me. Anything under 105 IGT is like fantastic. My PB is a 102.
Wow, this is great.
Yeah, this has been really nice so far. Very, very happy. It can be a really volatile run too, so it's been super solid so far. But the end of core is not easy, especially the cassette room. Cassette room has a lot going on.
I love this rising and lowering mechanic.
It's so fun. We call it sandwich lava.
That's great.
Yeah, very, very fun. So this is one of the more technical screens in the entire run. Got this cassette going on. We're trying to clear it fast. There's fireballs, there's ice. All right, we got it. Whew. Yeah, it's looking like under 105, which I am so happy. My practice run was like a 108. So this is huge. Now we have all of our dashes back. We have screen wrap. We have low gravity. Allows us to do some cool movement like that. Oh, I just barely missed the heart. But there is time. 104.24. That was awesome.
GG.
Oh, that was great.
GG. Well, if you would like, take this moment here just quickly to plug your show and yourself.
Absolutely. Let me get back to I'll get to the journal so everyone can see kind of the breakdown of all the different chapters, but all 775 berries obtained. My name is Frozen Flygon. Thank you all so much for watching. Seemed like you all really enjoyed this run. This is an amazing category that I think definitely deserves to be shown off more everywhere. It is so much fun. And so let me open up our journal here. So to answer your question from earlier, it's 73 deaths. So really interesting.
I was curious if it was going to be on the order of magnitude of like tens or hundreds. So there you go.
Yeah, that's still like, you know, and a lot of those are on purpose as well, which is really interesting. The strategies in this chapter are just amazing. So if you want to see me play and speedrun more Celeste and also Super Mario World stuff too, I would love to have you follow me at twitch.tv/FrozenFlygon. I also post my schedules on Twitter, and I'm helping to organize Frost Fatales, which is coming up February 27th, and I have a handful of runs in that marathon as well. It's going to be a blast, and I'd love to see you on Sunday for It's Dangerous to Go Alone, Sunday at 4 p.m. after PB Precipice with AGDQ. Thank you so much, and Hotfix is amazing. I hope that you've seen that today. You should stick around and hang out with all of the amazing Hotfix crew. So thank you so much, AGDQ, for having me. Really appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you so much for coming on and showing off this amazing run. That was awesome. I was mesmerized the whole time. But gamers, there is one more segment coming up. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break here. Just get up, stretch our legs, get some water, hydrate. I am AGDQ, and there will be more Games Done Quick Hotfix in just a little bit with Ecdysis running Saw. You're not going to want to miss that. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. My name is AGDQ, and today we've been showing off some of the wonderful speedrunning content that you can see regularly on the GDQ channel. AGDQ just finished yesterday, and again, thank you so much for the support on that event. It was amazing. We're all very thankful. But year-round here on the Games Done Quick Twitch channel, you can actually catch tons of content. We have regular shows every day. Some of them are weekly, some of them are bi-weekly. And you can always go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix to get more information on any of those shows. Quick announcement here, all revenue after taxes that GDQ earns from subscriptions and bits for the entire month of January will still be donated to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. We reached 3.4 million, yes, but let's see if we can hit 3.5. So gamers, the fun continues. We are joined by Ecdysis, and Ek is a GDQ showrunner and a speedrunner. And Ek, could you tell us a little bit about your show?
Yeah, so I run a bi-weekly hotfix every other Wednesday. So this Wednesday and then 2 weeks after that. Bi-weekly is a weird word, but
Yes,
I do
it
horror
is.
games. It is. Horror games is the general idea, and just spooky horror block every 2 weeks. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of interesting games that you don't really quite expect to be interesting, so they're just kind of fun to show off.
Sweet. And Ek, what time is that exactly? Give us the pinpointed time so people know.
I want to say it is 10 p.m. EST, and usually it follows our partner show, which is Bargain Bin, which is also a very fun show. I think that one's like games under $20.
Yes. Excellent. And Ek, what is it that you're going to be showing us today?
So this is one of my personal favorites. Pretty much the way this was planned out is I got a message from AGDQ saying, hey, do you want to run a game? And we drew it at noon because I'm not used to being up at noon. It's very recent development, so usually I'm like awake through all the graveyard shift. But 1 hour time, one of my favorite games is Saw the Game. It's a licensed game from the Saw movies. I don't know, you obviously know them, but I don't know if you watch them. It's as cheesy as the movies are, and I love this game. So it's fun to show.
Amazing. This is going to be obviously in sharp contrast to our previous run, which was all about pleasant vibes. But we're gonna nestle in here and enjoy Saw. So Ek, feel free to give a countdown whenever you're ready to take it away.
All right, we can start in a moment here. So pretty much once I select Amanda, we can begin time. All right, so 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't know how much you're familiar with, not even just Saw, but horror games in general, but we have a trick immediately. If you mash every single button on the controller, you pass the QTE.
Good.
Yeah, I sort of just love that because this game is going to be a lot of what you expect from like a Saw movie. So you have to solve the different traps, you have to, try to escape and, I guess, survive. But a lot of the traps are going to be kind of strange because how do you make a Saw movie into a game? And it's going to be a lot of shoving your arm into like dirty toilets. Imagine like a mobile game puzzle, like Angry Birds kind of, but not. And it's going to be stuff like that, and we're going to be having some pretty nice answers to do each of them, which would be quite nice. My favorite part is you always do the same thing for the toilets. You just jam your whole arm in there, have all the syringes, and then he just yanks out a single key, or whatever it is normally. It could be a fuse, a lot of different things. What's important to note, though, about this game is that this game does play quite similar to a lot of the Western Silent Hill games. It's made by Konami, the same general vibe is there, so we're going to be able to do some things with that engine that we'll talk about later. As well, it's just kind of, as you can see, a third-person action game, so that's going to control the way it is. Now, the early game is pretty straightforward, just you're moving. A lot of the horror games in general are pretty chill. A lot of the horror games on the show are pretty chill because you're always just sort of moving around. I know that sounds a lot easier than it is, but I kind of walk like an alcoholic sometimes, where I don't move in a straight line. So it adds up on time loss. Anyway, we're going to be getting into a minor fight here. The way it's going to work is we're just... Oh, he went down immediately. Okay, well that was easy. Every single piece of combat in this game is going to be solved by punching the enemy in the neck repeatedly. This game wants to have combat using things like bats, weapons, guns. Every single time, you actually just use the single right jab or something. Hook, jab. I think it's called the cross. I learned recently about punches, and I think it's called the cross. Either way, that one punch will infinitely stun the enemies, and it's really easy to deal with. Now we're going to be hitting a puzzle, which is going to be this one. The general idea is just to match the colors, and it is RNG. But something to be said about the Saw RNG is that every single time you, I think, approach the puzzle, it randomly generates. In theory, you could have perfect RNG and it could be very, like, oh, one turn. So that is a minor thing with the speedrun. A lot of the puzzles are going to be how quickly can you react. Because it's a weird pseudo RNG. I know a lot of games have this, but like, imagine instead of having it be infinite possibilities, you have like, let's say 30 seeds, and you can always get somewhere in those 30 seeds. So if you play the game long enough, you're going to start recognizing these seeds and go like, oh, it's this one? Well, I can do these movements. And while they're not going to be the fastest ones, very often you'll be leading into just more optimal movement for those seeds. Also, we do minor animation cancels on things like this, where the body just cuts open magically as you jam your arm in there, because you can just talk to it, it does it, and then you talk to it again, and there you are. You're inside the man's torso. It's kind of funny because you mentioned as well the idea of swapping over from the comfy Celeste to Saw.
Yeah, it's just like such a juxtaposition. I didn't really think about this when I planned it. I was just like, oh, well, we'll just put this one here. But I kind of love it. I kind of love it.
Oh, yeah. So funny enough, now we can actually mention, since this is a PC port, a lot of people wonder, are you on keyboard or mouse? I'm actually on, are you on keyboard or controller? I'm on controller. The reason why is those balance beams. If you're on keyboard, it's just a bit too awkward to deal with. Very often you might accidentally fall in, it doesn't give you enough balancing. You kind of need the control sticks in order to just have a better balancing for that. I've had way too many times where, like, I think I nudged my keyboard once and I just died. I'm not sure how it happened, but it's really, really finicky, I think is the proper word.
Sure.
Yeah. Alright, so time to show the majesty of a Saw trap here. Because, you know, everybody loves the Saw traps and the Saw movies. Also, just in case, I know very often this does come up in terms of Saw games, there are two Saw games. The first one's an okay game with pretty mediocre puzzles, and the second one is a pretty bad game with good puzzles, which is a very weird thing for that. Anyway, speaking of mediocre puzzles, I talked to this. Okay, the puzzle's done. I don't think I've ever done this intended. You just talk to the gun and then leave.
Good.
Yeah, and this is going to teach us about some of the key items we're going to be using. Throughout the game, as you play, we're going to be getting a lot of different puzzle key items, such as couplers, valves, and other things that are going to dictate how you kind of bypass a trap. The coupler is going to be most important, and we're going to be introduced to the coupler puzzle moment here. So this is going to be like a fuse box. The grid can have different amounts on how many you get. In the early game, you're going to have like a 3x3 grid, but once you get the late game, I think you hit like full-blown 9x9 grids, which there's a lot of possibilities that you have to kind of like entire rewire, and that's one of the major areas as well. And funny enough, you can literally have it spawn with the perfect answer if you're lucky enough, since I did mention that this will be a bit RNG also. There we go. Okay, that was pretty slow, but now we're cooking. Very often, like I said, it's one of those things you're just kind of looking at the grid and kind of trying to find out what puzzle you're in. And then once you know, well, you're good to go. You also might be wondering, because you may have noticed when we did the scalpel, I still have the scalpel with me. I still have that because we're going to be using that way down the line for a boss fight. It's kind of funny because the game will give you really powerful weapons early and they kind of expect you to use them, but if you never use them, you can save them for very difficult fights, which is going to trivialize that once we get to it. In addition to that, this game is also pretty poorly received just because of the amount of shotguns and glass. You may be noticing these QTEs whenever I go to a door. These are shotgun traps. If you fail the button press, it's immediate death. You just die because a shotgun kills you. If you walk through certain doors, you'll run into a tripwire, and you die because of a shotgun trap. If you walk in the wrong way, you find glass on the ground, and Tap refuses to wear shoes, so he just dies. There's a lot of you die if you do the wrong thing in this game. That's one of the reasons why it's pretty fun.
Yeah, from a
go
speedrun perspective, you would just never know that you're avoiding all these things.
Right. You can definitely see them a little bit, but that's going to be the main thing with the QTE. And also, QTEs are not preset, so I have to kind of be prepared for that each and every time. One last thing for that is, wait, I had one. Oh god, what's the train of thought on that one? Because I was saying about... Oh yeah. So the lock codes, the number codes, you saw I did a little save combination, the 579. The number codes are always the same. So we're going to be able to bypass major traps because we can just avoid them. We can just type in the answer and then we're good. As well, every single chapter in this game is going to be ending with a person puzzle. Our first one's going to be Amanda from the movies, and her game is really easy. It's red and blue. So blue goes to the right and red goes to the left. This is minor RNG on the pattern you can get. Normally you want to be able to alternate between the two, and it looks like we did get the alternating pattern. Alternating is good because that means I won't overflow one, which just saves me one of these cycles. It's minor RNG, but it's really easy. A lot of people are like, oh, how do you know what you're doing? Once you kind of go to the top, it will drop to the other side. And it'll always do that based on how it's directing. But also, you kind of figure out the pattern. There's only so many patterns here. But in order to make it harder, they do throw you into a phase 2 once you filled up the first antidote. So we'll probably be hitting phase 2 after the red one. Alright, so here's phase 2. And phase 2 also makes it faster, so you have to be much more careful. Looks like I have more of the same, so this area is pretty chill. As well, I just kind of give more of a background on myself, just because I do, the Speedrunners from the Crypt is the horror show, the horror Hotfix. The reason why I wanted to do that in GDQ was, I guess, able to let me do that was because on my own personal side, I speedrun like over 110 unique horror games. I like the genre of game, I think it's quite fun, and there's a lot of interesting games to learn how to speedrun. Hey, for anyone right now as well, maybe you just watch the AGDQ event throughout the week, and if you're interested in speedrunning, pick your favorite games. There's a lot of cool games out there that you might not expect.
Heck, where can people find you on the day-to-day?
On which one?
On the day-to-day, an average day,
gotcha.
Where can we find Ecdysis?
So I can be found at pretty much Ecdysis everywhere. So twitch.tv Ecdysis, YouTube I'm under there as Ecdysis. Normally I stream like 5 days a week, and I do long streams. Pretty much late night, as expected for the horror stuff. And also, I'm very proud to say this because it happened during the break, but I was telling you earlier, on Twitter, I'm finally just Ecdysis. I had _Twitch for the longest time, and some company had the name Ecdysis, and they finally changed it, so I was like, yes! But it happened right after AGDQ, so I was like, no! Because now it just says like my old name on there. I'm like, oh, I guess that's fine. But yeah, I can be found there.
Fantastic.
There we go. All right, so right now we're sort of just waiting. It's kind of funny because this game has a lot... It's very weird ebb and flow. There's a lot more waiting than you expect. While you're waiting, your partners really don't do much. Like, you can punch them. She's avoiding it. They don't do anything. They merely just kind of exist to give you a story. Like, you're imagining, oh, I have a friend, maybe they can help me. Then maybe that's an interesting thing with this game. No, because once we go through the store, our friend here is immediately going to leave us. Let's see. Also, another thing I've been should be mentioning, every time a door opens like that, if you're rubbing up against it, you'll actually do like a giant bounce back sometimes. I'm gonna see if I can get one soon, because they are pretty fun on those automatic unlock doors. But for now, we're gonna jam our arm in a vat of acid. Tap is a very smart guy, as you can see. He doesn't tip the barrel of acid, he just sort of jams his arm in. Also, to kind of exemplify the meme earlier of shotgun traps, if you look on the right, this tripwire, shotgun trap. If you look at this door, shotgun trap. It's all shotgun traps. Every single factor of this game is a shotgun trap. As well, this is going to be a block puzzle for right now. There's going to be steam in the way, but we'll be coming back here after we get the valve wheel. Let's see if I can get that fun little glitch I was talking about, because I'm not entirely sure why it happens, but sometimes if you rub up against the door while it's waiting and then it opens, it'll just fling you pretty like that. Which is going to be why I don't want to be waiting by those doors, because I'll have to go through them. It's going to take much longer. I don't want to do that weird bounce. All right. So now we have a shotgun collar. Kind of further adding into the idea that this game's all shotgun traps and dirty toilets. Hey, look, more needles. So the shotgun collar is going to be a game mechanic that they kind of want you to pay more attention to. There's going to be other enemies in the game that have the shotgun collar. If you're around them too long, you'll end up dying immediately due to shotgun. But what we have to do here is we have to get the valve. Like I mentioned, they're going to introduce us to the trap right now. This guy's going to follow me. It's not a huge deal. We have two ways of dealing with him. One, I can run and eventually he'll just die. Or two, we can use the game's own meme against him. So what I'm going to do is just... Bye-bye. Shotgun trap in the background. I guess the game is nice enough to also let you abuse the fact that all the traps are really deadly. But it's weird because some of them aren't nearly as effective as you would think. Especially in the late game when you hit some of the harder bosses, like, you'd think, oh, if he runs into a trap, he dies. Nope. He, like, takes, like, 6 shotgun shells. And it's like, oh, okay. It's just the way it goes. In terms of item RNG, though, because that's going to be something interesting to talk about coming up, there's really going to be one area with that. And it's very minor, but if we were able to get a additional coupler all throughout the run, that's going to allow us to do the final puzzle a little bit faster. And right now we're just sort of backtracking on the way. We are going to be having a fun skip coming up that if I mess it up, I will instantly die. This game's kind of mean with its skips. If you mess them up, the reward is just you don't get to try it again. You have to load back to the earliest checkpoint and walk all the way back. Also, shotgun trap.
There's this interesting, like, in the movies, I don't remember Jigsaw's compound being quite so vast.
Yeah.
You really are just walking all over the place.
Yeah, this one's large. Part of the reason is I think this game puts you in, like, a mental asylum.
Okay.
And he just kidnapped a bunch of people here. Also, the Saw lore is just dumb. Everything's explained because Jigsaw is, like, omniscient. And he's an engineer, so he has infinite money, apparently. And that's, like, every explanation they'll give you. I like jabbing at the Saw movies. I think they're fun, but that's really the best way I can describe it. Anyway, the valve here, as you may notice, that guy's face is melted off. Steam is deadly. If you're in Steam for too long, it will kill you. However, if you're in Steam for a minor amount of time, it will do slight damage to you. So it's kind of the whole idea of like, hey, maybe you shouldn't stand in this before it immediately gives you the kill. So we're going to use that to our advantage coming up. Normally, we're going to be hitting a section where it's going to be all valve puzzles. So you need to walk around this compound. You're going to be opening, like, I don't know, 4 to 5 valves. After this one, we're not going to open up too many more valves. I think one more after this. But the way the skip's going to work is hopefully this guy won't be following me. There's RNG right now on whether he spawns behind me or to the right. It looks like he has not seen me yet, which is good. What I want to do is I want to walk right with this line, with the steam, and walk forward, and that lets me just avoid the steam entirely. Now, I know that doesn't look like much, but you can hear a guy just died because he walked into the steam. Steam is an immediate death. If you walk into steam, you are just dead. It's a very fine line you have to match. I'm actually not entirely sure how I get it every time. I usually just try to line up like 4 taps about touching the wall. But with that, I'm able to bypass the entirety of this area, which is, oh, turn off the steam, turn back on the steam, and yet keep redirecting it until you can kind of make it here. So we just kind of skip a whole tedious section and are able to go to the boss fight. Now you're wondering, how do boss fights in a game like this work? There must be some pretty interesting combat, right? Well, earlier you grabbed that scalpel. I still have it with me. This will be the first boss of the game. Since this is a Konami game, we have, I guess, shape heads. So this is cube head, kind of like pyramid head. What we're gonna do is just gonna stab him. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Oh, he's actually giving me a hard time. All right, he's dead. You stab him, punch him, he dies. And then we're able to go to the next
Quite
puzzle.
the game.
Yeah. A lot of the boss fights, they really want you to put more work, and like you can even see in the arena, there's like traps around. They're like, oh, you can lure him into the shotgun traps if you want to. But if you have a weapon, you can just sort of ignore the whole process. And the puzzles also going to always be the same.
I kind of dig the puzzles so far.
Oh yeah, they're fun when like, this is why I kind of like running this game. A lot of it's going to be how quickly can you do the puzzles in addition to minor skips. And both of these can save you an immense amount of time, but obviously, like, in order to get high times, you're going to want to be able to do both rather efficiently, because you'll be hitting more skips as we go along as well. Some entirely skipping things. Like, I think the next chapter is going to have a huge one, and even this chapter, once we get to before the puzzle, like, every chapter has the main, oh, you gotta save the person. Before that, we're going to have, like, a minute-long auto-scroller that hopefully we'll be able to skip. The game does give me some trouble sometimes, and in order... This game has issues. I'm just going to use that. One of the issues is that sometimes enemies won't drop their items. They'll just disappear. And I need to get a certain item from one of 2 enemies. If I can, it's very good. If I don't, it gets a bit more rough. But this is why we have estimates. So hopefully right now, since I don't have a weapon, I want to get a baseball bat. Runners tend to either use the bat or the pipe. I don't see the guy, but also if you just talk to the valve through the wall, tap will just face through the wall. The game doesn't really check to see if you are in the room or not. If you can touch it, you can do it. Also shotgun trap, you just can see the other side. So it works out well. All right, I hear the guy, so that's a good sign. I want him to follow me. Where is he? All right, he's following me right now. I think he is. Yeah, there he is. So I want this guy to actually follow me. I want to kill him for his bat. He also died of that trap. He's alive long enough. But like I mentioned, combat's just punching him in the throat. He did not drop his bat. As you can see there, it sort of vanished. I'm not sure why that happens. It just sort of does, and I'm never sure if there's like a consistent way to do it. I know of a way to get it consistently, but the problem is it takes too much time for a setup, and it's just faster to try doing it with the pipe. But we're going to take this pipe. Hopefully I won't have to use it, but just in case, either I'll have to use the pipe or I'll have to wait a minute. And luckily it's just a literal minute. So the idea here is this is supposed to be a mini gauntlet of fights. There's going to be 2 guys in the room. You're supposed to use your witch, you're supposed to use your combat skills. Really, just punching them in the jaw or the throat. And then after that, you get a harder guy who also will die just by punching him in the throat. But we want to avoid that entirely because the entire door is only locked behind the harder guy, which is going to be like a guy with like a faceplate kind of thing. He's locked behind a room, and then after a minute, he'll release. However, you can actually get him to hug the wall, and then we can beat him down while he's in the room and take the key through the wall. So that's what I want to do, but it's always not going to be promising just because I do need to get a bat ideally. The pipe is manageable, but it's a much harder step with the pipe. So hopefully this guy can give me his... Alright, he dropped it, thank God. Okay. So I'm gonna rub against the door. He's gonna try to attack me because he hears me. He just very... Oh wait, get away. Please. There we go. Make sure he doesn't bother me while I'm doing that. Not the mop handle, get rid of that. Okay, so this guy's here. I should be able to get him if he runs a bit more forward. Let's see. He's not, I'll go for it. So if you move it in an angle, you can actually manage to come through the wall. Although I don't think he's close enough. I may have gotten a bit unlucky here. Come on. Might. Yeah, he's not close enough. Luckily, it's not the end of the world because we can just wait out the timer. But if he can get closer, what we can do is we can try to hit him. And it's kind of awkward because... Oh, there we go. It kind of gets a point where you're just trying to get the bat to, like, shove itself inside of the wall. But it takes a bit of doing, and it's a very... Oh, there we got him. I don't get the key, though. And he's dead. Yep. So we got the key with about 10 seconds left to spare. You could get that immediately if you have the right angle and you have the right, I guess, death spot as well. It's a two-factor thing that definitely falls into it. And now it's time for essentially one of those mobile game puzzles. I really like this one because there's going to be 3 sizes of gears, and you need to make sure that you are just kind of making the chain happen each time. It's always going to be same seeds, so if you know the answer, it's pretty good. And it's pretty fun to swap between the gears. Until there's going to be 4 of these, and you want to make sure that you are going fast, not only for the speed, but because if you're going at all slow, the game will kind of put the pressure on you by showing you a cutscene of, like, what is this, a guillotine, lowering down on him. So you don't have to be lightning fast, you want to make sure you're fast enough to where you won't get that cutscene. And that is the second level of the game. Not too bad. Okay, time for an interesting choice, because the game actually does give you the option of choice. We're going to be having 2 rooms up ahead for the next chapter. It's going to be sighted and blind. What this is going to refer to is if you go through here, it's going to be faster, but you can't see. And if you go through here, it'll take longer, but you can see. So we're going to go through blind because it's always going to be the same route, and it's like maybe 20 seconds max to get through this room. The catch is normally you only have the ability to see using the lighter, and it's full of flammable liquid. So if you don't know the pattern, it's kind of hard to learn. But luckily, it's pretty easy once you get the hang of it, because you just have to pay attention to the, I think they're called the IEDs, like the bombs. After passing that one, usually you just turn left, go a little bit more left, and then just kind of follow this, and eventually you should be spat out right over here. Hey, look, it's going to be 15 seconds. And now we're going to experiment with weird physics. A lot of horror games, for some reason, never give you the ability to jump or raise your height at all, but sometimes the physics just kind of let you. You may notice earlier I was messing around with the table in Amanda's chapter. We can do that again. So by rubbing up against the table in just the right way, you can actually get a rise. And if you get the rise again, you can go on top of these and just walk through this wall. I've never done this intentionally because I didn't own this game for the longest time. I just started kind of speedrunning it because the Saw game is a very interesting game. So I want to say that it saves like a good half of the level just by brushing up against the table and getting the right lift. A lot of the game's tricks are going to be feeling based, but usually I just sort of like wiggle on my, like, you know, back left. Also, this guy's going to have a gun. He just killed himself. Now, why is that important? Also, enjoy the ASMR sounds of tap coughing. Where's the valve? No valve. There it is. So, that guy is going to be important because a gun is the absolute strongest weapon in the game. It's kind of a throwaway item that a lot of people don't even realize you can pick up. Now, we're going to pick this up, and we're going to take this all the way to the final boss. We're going to avoid doing all combat, because this weapon is so strong, you can just hold on to it. Meaning anytime I need to use my fist, I'm going to drop the weapon. Which is just kind of funny that it's that effective. Even if I do lose the gun, though, we can still manage, but just keep that in mind. Also, here's a fun guy. He just spawned in. We're going to fight him after we cross this, and... Oh, wait. No, we're not. He just sort of vanishes.
That's very good.
Yeah, they forgot a program in him, I guess. I'm not sure what happens there. I think it's maybe because we do the glitch, and they didn't expect us to get here so fast. So, by that point, he just disappears. So it works well for us. Alright, hopefully I won't be ignited on fire. We're good. Normally I would like to heal here, however, there's going to be health pickups. The health pickups are going to be pretty good at getting my health back up, and you kind of want to target a lot of your run around these pickups. Just because it's going to be more effective than wasting a hypo, and it's just faster. Because a bandage can heal you to almost full, while the hypo takes a bit of time for the drain. Also, while we pass shotgun trap, guess what we're gonna do in a moment here?
Puzzle. Flying,
No, it's another
floating.
shotgun trap.
Oh, okay.
Pretty much, the answer will always be another shotgun trap somewhere. So there is actually a puzzle, you are right, Adolf, but take a guess what happens after the puzzle.
Is it also a shotgun trap?
You are correct. So the puzzles here
nice.
are looking for your late partner's grave. You get the key, but right next to it is a shotgun trap.
I'm learning.
Yeah, the Saw game can pretty much be boiled down to broken glass and shotguns. I feel like they kind of just, I guess the first movie had shotgun traps, so they kept doing that. But, yeah. Anyway, time for the most interesting puzzle in the game, but it's kind of interesting speedrun-wise. So, Adolf, I heard recently you joined the interview team for GDQ, right?
That's true.
All right, we have about 2 minutes to talk about whatever you want, because this puzzle is patience. We're just waiting.
Great. Ecdysis. Where does the name Ecdysis come from?
Cicadas. I listened to a band called the Chibo Motto. They did a song called Sugar Water back in the 90s. And they had an album called Ecdysis. So I was like, oh, that's cool. I like that name. So I just made that my name. And then some guy took the proper spelling, so I put a C in it. And now I like it.
Nice. I think it's very unique. Okay, next question. I'm firing on all cylinders here. What is your favorite horror speedrun?
Favorite horror speedrun? For me to run, probably Dead Rising right now, because I did that at GDQ and it's been a lot of fun. I've been doing it since I think it's like my second major game that I was running. So right now, Dead Rising, I'd say. In general, though, I think Saddle Homecoming's cool. To watch Saddle Homecoming.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's a lot of you like aim a gun, you face through walls, and it's kind of a trip.
Is there a run that you're looking forward to learning this year?
Yeah. I think the Evil Within 2 is one of them, or Bioshock 2. I know, like, Bioshock 2 has a lot of, like, use a drill to kind of speed around, and it's kind of fun with the whole Bioshock thing. And then with Evil Within 2, that was actually going to be in the last SGDQ, but I think it was ended up getting pulled for some reason. But, like, that, you, like, rush up against a car, and then you're able to, like, fling the main character, like, hundreds of feet in the air.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I think that concludes the interview segment probably. But Ek, why don't you give a quick plug for Speedruns from the Crypt?
I will. For anyone who may be joining in and possibly missed it, or Speedruns from the Crypt is a bi-weekly horror hotfix. We do this every other Wednesday night. So this Wednesday we'll have it, and in 2 weeks we'll have it again. There's a lot of fun, spooky games out there. Some of them really weird, some of them pretty popular. So if you ever anything in the horror variety, that's where it is. And that starts around 10 p.m. EST. All right. So now the room's gonna blow up. Also, what you're supposed to do here is you're supposed to find the code and enter the room, so that's why they give you so much time. But it's literally just kind of 2 minutes of waiting, which is fun. If it's ever gotten into a mainline event, it can always be said, now is a good time for donations.
Yes, it would be very good.
Exactly. Alright, so now that we've done that, the whole purpose is to jam our arm in another toilet. I always wonder, like, just not even, like, speedrun-wise, but, like, story-wise, why doesn't he just, like, wrap his shirt around his arm at this point?
Also, though, like, I feel like if there were a basin of water filled with needles and you stuck your hand in, I don't think you would just instantly get, like, 9 in your arm. I feel like they would move around. And you might
Well,
get
he, like,
none.
jams it in. He doesn't even stick it in. It's, like, full force, like... immediate. Also, these rooms have a little bit of waiting. In theory, you could try to skip them, but there's no promise like the other room, because, as you know, sort of on that table, any kind of object, if you brush up against it and can get stuck on it, you do have the potential to actually get that rise. So, this one chapter tends to be a lot of the, if you made it this far, it's kind of a nice breather. Especially given, I think, with Chapter 2's skip of you lose a minute if you don't skip the auto-scroller, it can be a bit rough. And it's especially nice before the next chapter, because the next chapter is pretty mean. We're gonna get some pretty rough, what's the word? I guess movement. The general idea is in a game that you can't move vertically. You want to try moving vertically more often than not. And the problem that comes with that tends to be soft locking or death. So hopefully we won't run into that. All right, here we go. Now we can do another minor trick coming up. This one's, I don't even know why it really works, but it only works with the gun, maybe other items, but I've never really tried the other items. But the game kind of wants you to get a special key after this coupler puzzle, and that key is going to be like behind a statue. There's like a giant hint for that. But the statue is only going to work if you break it. Now, that wouldn't normally be a problem. Also, let's do this. There we go. Normally the statue would be a problem, but there's a guy in here. But since I have the gun, I'm just gonna aim it at the statue, and it just like destroys itself, and I'm not sure why. And then the guy just doesn't really do anything because I guess he's chilling. Sometimes he won't even come over here, and if he does, you just same exact time every time, just punch him in the throat. I mean, I guess in fairness to me, I wouldn't do very well if I got punched in the throat. But you think the combat would be a bit tougher. Although
canonically, are these like guys that Jigsaw has also captured and is pitting against you, or are these like thugs?
The first one. So it's a whole thing. He
Okay.
got a bunch of people and said, "Hey, if you kill Detective Tap, you can have your freedom." That's why everyone wants to kill you. Also, I call this guy Pillow Hands. His whole thing is he has boxing gloves made out of explosives, like I guess dynamite. So the boss fights will be very tough. You just punch him in the throat. All right, he's dead. But you run away because he will explode. And if he explodes anywhere near you, it is an instant death. The combat's definitely something.
So we haven't seen any deaths so far, but if you were to die, you know, does it take you to like a previous checkpoint, or are there waypoints?
Yeah, so it does checkpoint quite nicely, but also some areas are meaner on the checkpoint than others. Like right now, we just did a checkpoint because we're going to be approaching the partner puzzle for this chapter, the end chapter puzzle here. And normally you won't die to enemies. The main thing that tends to get people killed in the run or just in the game is definitely going to be the shotgun traps, because if you fat finger the wrong thing, if you just don't look where you're walking, just bop. Also, some puzzles do get pretty mean if you get really bad RNG. I kind of mentioned that the next chapter is probably going to be one of the meaner ones just because of how much can really go into that with the RNG of puzzle seeds. I think we actually had like a micro task at one point, which is the tool-assisted speedrunning style. We had a runner by the name of Schmumbler. He edited the files of each of the puzzles, and he made it so when he ran the game, they would all just immediately spawn, and he like saved like 10 minutes.
That's kind of sad.
Yeah, puzzle RNG can be really mean, especially with how fast you have to do them. So it's pretty fun there. Also, I just want to say thank you to chat as well, because I'm looking at it and just some nice messages, so thank you for that. Alright, so now that we're back to the game, this puzzle's really easy. It's like a sliding block puzzle. You don't want to go over too many X's, so the pattern's mostly going to be the same each time. The first two are always going to be the same. The pattern's pretty easy, and this also gives us minimal X's. Now, obviously, if you don't know what you're doing, it will be a little bit different there, but the third one, for some reason, is actually RNG, and I'm not sure why. It can be one of two. Usually there's a good path and a bad path. We got, I want to say, the good path. But I could be wrong. Yeah, that's a good path. The reason why that's the good path is just because you can see I didn't get another one of those scare cutscenes. The game does want to amp on the pressure, so if you get more of those, you can't skip them. You have to watch them. So normally, if you can avoid them, it's better. Which, we'll also go back to the last one. Every single chapter will have them if you take too long, if you make mistakes. That's really the only ones that gives you forced mistakes with the X's. I'm not sure why that one does. Like, Amanda's doesn't have them because we're not making any mistakes. And it's on like a rail.
I'm sorry.
Also, once again, we're being abandoned because every single friend you make in this game abandons you. Also, if we want to have a poll for
Jigsaw has the same thought.
Yeah. Also, here's a fun glitch that doesn't help us at all. I guess there's just kind of a way where I always like things like this, where you can kind of see through assets. But me and Tap actually have the same brain.
A man who destroyed your reputation piece by piece.
So if I walk right over here, you can see that it's actually no thoughts and empty. You just sort of see inside of his skull and how that all works. There we go.
But the best games always are.
This is like the only angle I know you can do this. It doesn't help at all, but it is fun. Alrighty. So now we're hitting arguably one of the tougher chapters in the game. This is gonna be the one with a lot more shotgun traps. It's gonna have some mean puzzles where you just have to hope to God that you get something that's not a terrible seed, and stuff like that. Also, we're gonna be introduced to more breakable walls. Now that I have the gun, I have to drop the gun every time I go up to them and get it back, because there is a minor delay so I don't lose time, but I do want to be keeping this gun the whole run. There's gonna be a guy here with the shotgun collar. I'm gonna avoid him by using another shotgun. And then this door immediately locks. So, this room sucks because it is a two-part puzzle. Part one, you're supposed to look in this room to find out what room you need. I know what room I need. It's gonna be that one right there with the light above it. That's the important room. However, once I enter that room, I'm going to get a gear puzzle. The RNG of the game will decide whether I get a gear puzzle that is a literal one-to-one connection, or if I need to use, like, a 13-part solution or something like that. Also, another shotgun door. I have 2 minutes to solve it, and it looks like I got that RNG. Oh, of course. Let's see, how am I gonna do this? No. That RNG is always a bit interesting here, especially with the seed. No. That's weird. Not quite.
I like this a lot.
Yeah, okay, I got it. Yeah, we got pretty rough RNG, and this is gonna be fun to deal with. There we go. God, that was mean. But that one's a lot of thinking on your feet, which I lost some time because of that. But I'm not even kidding. Other times, like, if you reload the same room, there's a good chance you can literally get, like, oh, there's a gear here. There's one space in between. And now another gear. So, that's kind of one of the downsides of the run. If you just get bad patterns, you're going to be having to think on your feet a lot. And it's just very, just looking into it and trying out every single answer. But we got past it without dying. It is a timed puzzle, so if you do run out of time, I think the room just blows up. But that wouldn't be very good. Also, I think it was asked in chat a bit earlier, the Saw games are canon in their own way. They take place after the first movie. There's 2 of them, Saw 1 and Saw 2. Saw 1 is immediately after the first movie and just talks about the cop who, like, is seemingly dead. Also, we ruined this guy's life. Oh. The second game is weird. The reason why is because, you know how the combat in this game is all throat punches?
Yeah.
The second game is all QTE fighting.
Oh.
Yeah. A lot of people don't like it because of that reason. Like, if you go out to punch someone, it's like, oh, push A, push B. And every weapon you get also breaks immediately if you use it. Like, this game has health and ammo. But the other game, like, if you just use it at all, it breaks. On anything. Any weapon, too. Like, you have a plastic bat, breaks. You have an axe, breaks. If you have anything, breaks. And this is going to be the part that I'm slightly worried about. My health is going to be super important, and there is going to be a pretty brave jump, but luckily a very nice checkpoint. Also, my health is surprisingly good. I have a lot of hypos. I have a lot of health. But what's going to happen after this is we're going to be going to a room. Normally you'd have to go to another room to get the code, but since you're already in the code, just going to go get the solution. We're going to ignore a fight, but once we're heading back, we're not going to want to take the slow, safe way. The safe way would be just, what's the word? Climbing ladders. Like I said, in order to save time, we want to be more vertical. So I'm going to go for some brave jumps in a game that really doesn't want you to jump. The problem with this is this game does actually have fall damage. And it's going to do 99 or 95% of my health. So if I am not in good shape, that is going to be very bad. There are a few enemies as well who can tag me, so if I get tagged, I'll probably have to heal from full health. Right now I'm at full health though, I'm not normally full health here. Also, there's gonna be a fight between, I guess the guy with metal on his head and the guy with the bat, and I don't know who's gonna win that. Usually the guy with the metal head seems to win, but it doesn't really matter because we're gonna ignore them. It's kind of interesting to see the enemies fighting, but they try their best out there. So you can see this ladder climb takes a little bit, and we will have to come back down here. This is going to be the whole thing we're going to be scaling, as well with a little bit of a balance puzzle, or balance beam. So once we go into this room, the answer will be 206. We're going to avoid this guy, hope to God we don't get hit, and then just ignore him. Okay, so let's see if we make the jump. So I want to line myself up slightly left of this, drop down, and then immediately walk backwards. All right, perfect. That actually was really good because I had full health. Normally I'd be having a little sliver, but by just immediately dropping down, you can see I don't have to take ladders. I don't have to worry, but I'm sacrificing a load of health. Also, earlier in the game, I grabbed a random valve in that room where Tat was hacking along right when he got the gun. The reason why is because I can actually skip having to wait for the auto-scroller here and just start doing the valve puzzle immediately because it only gates you based on if you have enough valves. This is why having certain items will come in handy. Oh, wrong one. And good. So before the poison even starts, we just leave because it's actually gated on the valve. It's one of the things that are neat because the game has a lot of auto-scrollers, and while we still have to deal with some of them, we can actually avoid quite a lot of them. And time for everyone's least favorite puzzle. It's one of those matching game ones where, like, I guess it's like a 16 tile, and you have to, like, make a picture. I don't know a lot of people who like these types of puzzles. I don't think they're bad, but I hear a lot more complaints than not. As well, the answer will always be the same. The RNG is going to be based on puzzle spawns. Also, you go down. Good. Perfect. That wasn't too bad. And now, at this point, they got kind of tired of doing the final puzzles. So, instead of giving an original idea, it's going to be 3 coupler puzzles. And this is going to be like a scaling one. There we go. So you have a 3x3. Next we'll be having a 5x5. Hold on. That doesn't seem right. Good. And based on how runners do this puzzle, it tends to be by preference. I know personally I like to go outside in, but sometimes, you know, you can just have the best ones. Also, you can actually move during the camera, like this little minor cutscene. I end up right in front of it. It's kind of weird what this game lets you do, I guess is what I'm saying. Let's see here. And this one's gonna be a much larger grid, so we're gonna stay outside in. Well, he has a good motivation for speedrunning, I suppose. I also like this game as well, because a lot of the partners will yell at you, which usually just boils down to not saying very nice things to us. Go. Perfect. And that is done. That wasn't bad, but we had a little bit of a hang-up at the end. Also, at this point, Ada, if you'd like to take a wild guess on how the game has been going, do you think our partners are going to last with this very long?
I think shotgun trap.
You know, I wish it was, but you definitely have part of that, right? I'll play it out for you.
Okay.
Go that way, I'll look in here.
You just sort of get sliced. You know, it may as well.
It's kind of like a shotgun, but it's just not a shotgun.
It is. It is. But the game really doesn't want you to have partners. I'm wondering why they even added them in. Like, they don't serve a purpose. They just sort of exist to escort you through the beginning of each level, and it's like, okay, time for the next one.
He wants to experience my games.
Luckily as well with this... Oh, go ahead.
I'm slightly hurt. I feel a little bamboozled because you told me that shotgun trap was always the answer.
It is a valid answer, but don't worry. Guess what we have right here?
Is it a shotgun trap?
Yep,
Let's
right
go.
there. But luckily that one you don't have to deactivate. You can just walk to the left. I actually didn't know that. I always try to deactivate it, but then I saw another runner by the name of Jewhorse do that, and he just walked left. I was like, oh, you can just ignore it. It's just there. And at this point in the game, they also really amp up the amount. Oh yeah, I remember what I want to say earlier. This game actually does have multiple endings, so we can do the good or the bad ending. The good ending is slightly shorter, while the bad ending is longer. So we can have Richard make a poll for that, actually. If we'd like to.
Yeah, let's do a poll in chat. In chat, there will be a poll here somewhat soon, and you can vote on whether you want to see the good or the bad ending.
Yeah. In this game, they also call them freedom or truth. Also, I better die. Oh, I'm bad. Hold on, that's not good. There he is, he's dead. So if they say too close, that's bad for us. But luckily, that worked out. Yeah, the endings are like freedom or truth because they want to make you think about Saw ethos or something. So that's why they give you 2. Normally, freedom is going to be the faster one, but if you find out the truth, you have a little bit longer. I will say truth is definitely funnier and gives you a little bit more content. But we can do either one, and we can do a poll for that. All right, let's see. Also, at this point, they stopped kind of giving you the root answer for all these. Normally, they start on all 0, but now they're kind of like mixing it up. So it's like, oh, you start on 1 now, which I'm not sure why they do that, but they do. All right, so this one is going to be really the test of did you learn how to do the game's puzzles? I was half joking earlier when I said you can save 10 minutes on the electrical puzzles, but not really. The reason why is because coming up, we have an entire chapter where the main thing that we're doing is electrical puzzles. The reason why they want you to do that's like a giant gauntlet. They're saying like, oh, you have to make it through like 2 big rooms with enemies, and while you're doing all this, the main thing you're getting to is these giant electrical panels. So that's gonna be the major part of this coming out, but we are gonna have some enemies to deal with. And this is one of the riskier rooms in the game, just because there can be a certain enemy that has a shotgun collar. And as we know, those aren't very good for us, especially when I need to go through some very long sections, let's say that.
Okay, the poll is exceptionally close, so if you haven't voted, get your vote in.
All right. All right, so this guy can be annoying, but luckily for us, we can use our greatest friend, the shotgun trap. And he's dead. That guy, if he follows you, can be pretty bad because, like, you have a very small room to be in, and you have to wait for this. And then even afterward, it can just kind of give you the kill timer, which is pretty rough. And this drop, while we do want to take the drop, can end up killing you, so I heal right before that, and it'll continue healing me, because I guess he can heal while gravity's happening, which is nice. Anytime you're going vertical, you'll always take damage.
All right, you ready, Ek?
Yeah.
52% for the bad ending, 48% for the good ending.
All right, so we're doing the bad ending. We're doing the truth.
Uh-huh.
Also, look, it's the Cube Man. All right, he's gone. He lasted 1 roam. The bad ending's definitely fun for what they show in it. Also, the main final boss is actually going to be the pig, which is weird because of the movies. If you know them, the pig is a certain character, but we're going to be killing the pig. So the games are weird. That's all I can say. Licensed movie games are always kind of a weird hiccup, even in the modern age. They make great Alpha Block games, though. Alright, so now we're going to be hitting that giant gauntlet of the couplers that I talked about. An important thing to note is I'm going to be looking through as many lockers as I can, because once I get in there, I'm going to need to find an additional coupler. This is going to be the entrance to the electrical panels. Once again, and as you noticed earlier, we're able to skip a valve puzzle by having an additional valve, so if I get an extra coupler, I can skip one of those puzzles, where normally it's going to be much, much worse. Luckily for us, they're always going to spawn in the same spots, but also there's going to be like another, what's the word, one seated in the arena. It's kind of an odd thing. I'm not sure why they give you one bonus one, but the way the spawns normally work is there's a random chance for them to spawn in like any of the puzzles in the area, which I guess is the best way to really describe that. So like, I know this locker is always going to have it because it's the only one on the left. But when I go to the right, there's going to be like 5 lockers, and only one of them can have the coupler. So I need to find it, but I always know it can be these 5 or so. I got first try. So the others I know should be empty. So while it is minor RNG, I'm only going to be looking for certain ones. All right, let's see. As well, while we're kind of going through some of these puzzles, I do want to say a special thank you to you as well, Adolf.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
Yeah, thank you for having me
thank you,
on.
dude.
And
Thank you to you for coming on.
yeah.
It was such short notice.
Oh yeah. And I know there's been a lot of fun Hotfix shows coming along, so it's definitely a big thank you just for showing support to even the various creators today and the whole thing.
Yeah, no, I just, sort of as a reiteration for Twitch chat, if any of you have just joined us in the last couple minutes or something to that effect, this is GDQ Hotfix. So AGDQ is over, but the speedrunning content is not. GDQ streams pretty much every day now. We've got all these rotating amazing shows, and ISIS, whom you're watching right now, hosts a show called Speedruns from the Crypt, which is just one of the amazing speedrunning shows present on GDQ Hotfix. And you can see Hotfix every weeknight at 7 p.m. Eastern and every weekend at 1 p.m. Eastern. So please, I encourage you to check it out. I run 2 shows on Hotfix, which is why I sort of wanted to do this, coming off the heels of AGDQ. I just wanted to make sure that all the gamers know that there's more GDQ content to see. We got a lot of fun stuff that you wouldn't typically see in a main marathon. So check it out.
Yeah. Also, at this point, you can definitely see that the game is getting a lot meaner at these couple of puzzles that I was talking about. They are throwing very, very, very large grids at us. And we're going to be seeing some of the maximum sizes they'll be getting, which can take quite a while to solve. In addition to that, I haven't really found too much yet of what I've been looking for. I'm hoping that the last locker is going to have the coupler I want, but right now I do not have the bonus one. Plus, this room amps it up a little bit because while I'll be having a smaller puzzle, I have to do it while listening to the ASMR sounds of tap coughing up the lung, while also looking for the coupler. Luckily, it is much shorter, so if you know what you're doing, it's all nice and good, but the game does kind of give you the lethality.
Do you mind if I answer a question here in chat real quick, Ed?
Yeah.
So, sorry to interrupt you, but somebody asked if subs and bits still go towards PCF. It's worth mentioning really quick that for the month of January, all of your subs and bits in Twitch chat will still go to the Prevent Cancer Foundation after taxes. Be sure we can still support PCF, even though the main event is over.
Yeah. It's pretty good GDQ this time. I think we hit the highest total ever, right?
New record.
Yeah. You'd love to see it. Let's see. Okay. This one is definitely going to be a bit more. No. Hold on. Let me just go to the side. There it is. Okay, a little bit more. There it is. Wow, that one was mean. That one was way too mean. Some of these are a lot nicer. I'm hoping the final boss one's gonna be a nice one, but that one was a very, very, very mean one. And there's the extra couple that I talked about. Luckily, they do spawn in usually the same spot, so as long as you're looking in all the proper spots, you can eventually find it. This is actually the best spot to have it, so you don't have to do too much additional looking. The problem is, if you don't do that, you won't be able to find it. Also, you can just sort of walk inside this TV while it shows words at you. You see, the perfect mod for these TVs, if I ever did another Hotfix run of this game, would be just have the TV show the word just Igdice, twitch.tv/Igdices. It's the perfect crime, the perfect plug.
Yes, the perfect plug put right into the game.
Exactly. All right, so this boss is going to be a valve puzzle. You can actually start moving the moment you get there, which you can get there during the cutscene, oddly enough. This game has a very odd bit of what you're allowed to do. In like some cutscenes let you move, others do not. And like I mentioned earlier, these will always kind of predetermined answers. So as long as you wait, wow, it's already on there. I'm not used to that. As long as you know what to look for, you're always gonna be able to get it pretty quickly, I might add. What I'm looking for this last one's going to be a short and a long together, so like that. And then once you have that, you sort of just keep them going together, and then that should be GG for this one. Also, you're really going to be seeing the speedrunning side of the run amp up right now, because this whole final level coming up is supposed to be a bit of a longer level. I don't know how long it's supposed to be, because whenever I play any game that has puzzles, I'm a bit of a dummy who brute forces things. So what that means is, one, I'm going to punch Obi. See, here's our friend. He doesn't need health, so you just sort of punch him infinitely. Maybe that's why they don't like hanging out with Tap.
Yeah, I feel like you've been very physically mean to them.
Well, only Obi. The others, well, and the enemies, but the other friends just kind of abandoned us. Maybe they're aware.
They knew what to expect.
I mean, you have to be afraid of a guy who just jams his arm in a vat of acid. I also want to note, just story-wise, he doesn't tip it over, and, like, you can see it's not really locked down or anything. He just likes doing it. Like, I feel like that's going to be a better answer than anything else. Anyway, this chapter is like you're supposed to look all around the level to find a code, but, well, I have the code.
Oh.
So, now we're immediately on the end of the level.
So you could just brute force that.
Yeah. You
Is
can
there
just
any
keep...
penalty for guessing wrong?
Nope.
Oh, good.
The only thing is going to be 3 permutations of 10 digits. But also,
So
this
1 in 1,000.
puzzle sucks. Yeah. I got shotgun pills. This is RNG entirely. He's going to get giant rods jammed in. Also, shotgun pills, hammer, saw. Okay. Shotgun pills, hammer, saw, puzzle tape. Oh, God. Okay. Shotgun pills, hammer, saw, tape. Tape. Shotgun pills, hammer, saw. So this is a matching puzzle, and it is shotgun pills. It's entirely randomized. You can actually get perfect RNG and just click the same thing every time. But it's not like shotgun pills, hammer, saw. Shotgun, hammer. Yeah. Shotgun, hearts, camera. Okay, now I know they're. Yeah, okay. So once you kind of get it narrowed down, it gets better, but it's a lot of me having to repeat things to myself just because you only have, I think, 4 mess-ups, and then he'll die. But also, every time you solve it, it goes back in, which I guess is good for us, but I feel like he wouldn't be alive. He's having giant rods jammed through his body and then pulled out. Like, I'm not a doctor, but I think that kills people.
The jury's out.
Apparently. Anyway, it's pretty fast there, as long as you get it. It is a bit RNG, because I've literally had one run that was like a D-Rest run in this game, and every time I clicked something, it just gave me the perfect answer. It just immediately solved. So, what could we do, right? Alright, time for a bit of AI manip. I'm going to rub up against this wall. That's going to cause him to attack it, and then I can just jog right past him, which is going to be good for us. And now we finally have the long awaited. What are we doing with this gun? Back like 3-4 levels ago, I grabbed a gun off a dead body, and we've been holding it the entire game because this gun is very good against the final boss. Funny enough, it only saves a minor amount of time. It's not even a major one. Like, it's probably like 10 to 15 seconds of time save taking this gun all the way through. So if I lose the gun, it's not the end of the world. But what I want to do is I want to use this gun entirely on the final boss. The final boss is supposed to be like a giant area where like you're running through a series of like rooms with traps in them. You're trying to outsmart the pig. You're trying to like, you know, not die. And you can even use shotgun traps, but the final boss is actually immune to the shotgun trap, oddly enough, for some reason. And like it takes like pea-sized amounts of damage for some reason. So, what are you going to do instead? We have 2 options. We're either going to play a mean game of Dead by Daylight, which is our backup strat, or we're going to be using gun, which is the main strat. So, let's use gun. Okay, so after this little shimmying, we're going to be going through a door, and then the final boss will start. It's funny because the game doesn't end at the final boss. You think it would, but it does not. Alright, so the final boss is the pig, and all we're going to do is stand right here and shoot. I may have missed a bullet. I missed a bullet. Alright, let's play it safe. Fun fact, dying here actually crashes the game.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so you ever play Dead by Daylight? It's a pretty fun asymmetrical horror game. You have a killer and a survivor. So we're gonna play that right now. We're just gonna lure the pig in here, and now the pig is dead. GG, instant boss fight death.
Nice.
The gun also works alternatively. You want to get all the shots in, but if you miss even one, you have to go for backup. So that's okay. You get to see both. Now you don't need the gun anymore. We've now beat the final boss.
Congratulations.
Yeah. However, the final boss is not actually going to be that. It's going to be more of the puzzles.
Make you a murderer, detective. What will you do?
We're going to have a long grind, and then we're going to be able to choose a door. That's going to be go between the good and bad ending, which I believe we're doing bad again from the poll.
Final choice.
Also, yes, I'm reading in chat, the
yes.
Toxic Survivor main. Alright, so there we go. We're going to be getting some pretty fast. It's looking good so far. One more. And... okay, solved. I like how you're just slightly poisoned, and then you're out. And now we're able to go into the finale of the game, which will be Truth and Freedom. We'll be taking the Truth door, but in order to get this, you need to get a key first.
You are almost there.
That's why we don't really need the gun anymore. There's my alarm to wake up, by the way. So if you hear a weird beep, I wake up at, like, late.
What you
That's also why I'm not really going back into regular streaming until, like, Friday, because I'm awake at, like, Cuban hours, and I need to get back at, like, waking up at late. Alrighty, so the way this is going to go is we do have another skip that is very specific, I guess. It's one of those things that if you look at it, you're like, that works normally, but it's not intended. It's definitely a skip. But if you play this casually, you can absolutely just do this. Normally it's just go to the right, make your way through the steamed valves. You have like 10 minutes, avoid the enemies. It's a huge gauntlet. All I'm going to do is climb this ladder, walk on this rail, and move slightly upright. And we just, there, we're done. By walking a very fine line, I have skipped the entirety of that giant jungle gym of a maze. Also,
That's
at this
awesome.
point, if you ever watched the Saw movies, you know that killer Saw music. Here's a budget version of it, because they couldn't license the actual version of Hello Zep, so it just sounds like it, but it's not actually the song. This section wants you to clear the steam, but you can just run through it, because it's not actually lethal for some reason. So, steam is always lethal, except for when it's not. I'm not sure why they didn't make it lethal there, but they didn't. Okay, one more final gauntlet, and we're done. We kind of sped past both of them. I'm going to heal, grab another hypo, and we're going to be running through here. Now, the actual final boss is going to be poison, and you guessed it, a coupler puzzle. The final boss is another electrical panel, which is why we needed it earlier. You have 10 minutes to sort of unpoison the room, but it's going to be faster for me to just listen to the puzzle being solved while Tap's hacking along. Also, this is the exact RNG I had earlier when I kind of took a little bit longer for this, so it's going to be a lot faster this time, which is good for us. Hold on. Maybe not. Alright, let's heal. Pretty much every time we go, the screen starts turning black and white, you just want to heal. And that'll prevent the poison damage from actually doing much to us. Okay, let's see. Alright, that only took one hypo, and now we are done. At this point, we would be almost on time. However, we're doing the bad ending, which adds about an extra minute. I'm probably like, what, 104 right now?
Yeah, thereabouts.
Cool, 107 was a pretty good estimate. Especially with the bad ending. So, after all this, if you're going to normally PB, you just go to the Freedom door. But since you're doing the bad ending, we'll go to Truth. Also, it should be mentioned, for anyone interested in running Saw, we actually use a load remover for this game. So, while we have RTA being like 104 right now, very often you save like a good minute or so if you just have that load remover. So it's nice.
Your obsession destroyed.
Anyway, all that Truth is going to do is give us a few more puzzles, and we're going to be chasing down Jigsaw in order to try to kill them.
So now, the people you have in here.
And the whole moral lesson of this is, hey, killing people is bad. Or, you know, hunting down Jigsaw is bad. I don't really know. The game tries to make it deep, like, oh, you're diving into obsession, but it makes it sound a lot more like you shouldn't be pursuing me, the master criminal Jigsaw.
Lose your freedom.
There's some make
So,
a way.
in the quote-unquote good ending, do you just escape?
Yeah, it's supposed to be like letting go of your obsession, but it's not. It's quote-unquote good because you still end up just. He ends up killing himself, so it's not really that good.
Oh,
Also, look, the hardest boss fight. Oh no! Falling domino bookcases. I hope they don't kill me. Oh, hey, they didn't.
oh, good.
Yeah, he's like a rubber ball. It just sort of like makes him bounce. All right, and now we have a large room. We're going to be obviously looking all around it to find out where we're going to go. A lot of doors. Don't worry, there's a door right here. It's going to have a lockpick. Also, this guy's going to politely wait while I'm just, I guess, picking the lock. Also, wow, that was actually really good RNG. Okay. Anyway, time's coming up. That's the whole section right there.
Nice.
Time comes up when I open this door, and time.
GG.
Cool, we'll watch the ending here. Just to kind of show you, because there hasn't been something we haven't seen in a minute. And there's probably a good guess on what you think it might be.
Weasel your way out of pleading insanity. All those people you killed.
Is it a shotgun trap?
I won't
You
let
bet
kill
it is a
my
shotgun trap. You absolutely know it. Also, is this kind of messed up? Because the movie, the reason why there's so many shotgun traps, your partner died to a shotgun trap? Maybe that's why there's so many? But yeah, for right now, I do hope that you all enjoyed Saw the Game. If you like horror games and you like this presentation of one, I am Igdisis. I do a lot of runs on my own Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Igdisis, and pretty much everything, YouTube, Twitter, all that. You can find me at Igdisis. As well, I do run the GDQ Hotfix speedruns in the crypt. We'll be having our next episode actually on Wednesday, and be showcasing some pretty fun horror games and runners. Anyway, before we do go back to more, let me just showcase the rest of the ending here. Should pop right up. Although pop might be a bit of a pun. Oh, hey, look, freedom! No, it's shotgun trap. It always goes back to the shotgun trap.
Man.
I wasn't kidding when I said it. The game is all just broken glass and shotgun traps.
Wow.
Yeah, and I hope that you enjoyed it, and thank you again, Ada, for having me on.
Yes, of course, Ek. Thank you so much for coming on and showcasing this. I really appreciate it. And we will we'll cut to just an outro here once the ending is done. Ek, you can let us know when we're good to cut away.
Oh, you're pretty much good. It's gonna be him on this chair panicking, I guess?
All right. Excellent.
Yeah, so whenever you're good.
All right. Well, Ecdysis, thank you so much. And we'll get into the outro here and final thank yous. So first of all, I would like to thank our runners for today. We had Fant TV, we had Frozen Flygon, and Ecdysis. Fant runs the show Game Masters, which is every other Tuesday. And Frozen Flygon runs It's Dangerous to Go Alone, which is every other Sunday. And Ek runs Speedruns from the Crypt, which is every other Wednesday. I have been ADEF, and again, this is Hotfix. So just one final time. I know I'm just beating a dead horse at this point, but the point of Hotfix is that we can showcase awesome speedrunning content year-round. It's not just AGDQ and SGDQ. GDQ has speedrunning content literally all the time, every day. I run 2 shows. I run Challenger Approaching every other Friday night. That's all about challenge runs and the runners that do them. I also run PB Precipice, or Personal Best Precipice, every other Sunday, on the same day as Court, actually. And PB Precipice is all about runners who are really close to getting a PB in their game. They come on and do PB attempts, sort of a more traditional speedrun stream. But gamers, again, thank you so much for your generosity during AGDQ, of course, and thank you for tuning in with us today. I really greatly appreciate it. If you'd like to see more from me personally, outside of Hotfix, you can catch me at twitch.tv/ADEF. I interviewed at AGDQ. I was also the dumb door guy from last week, if you remember that. Yeah, you can catch me at twitch.tv/ADEF and twitter.com/ADEFgames. But thank you so much to everybody for tuning in. I truly appreciate it. We will be back with more Hotfix tomorrow. Like I said, it's every day. You can literally catch more Hotfix tomorrow. But if that's not enough for you, if you want more, you can always catch our YouTube at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. For all of our VODs, of all of our runs and shows. And finally, one last announcement. We'll just pull from the announcement list here. What do I got? Here we go. All revenue after taxes is a good one. All revenue after taxes that GDQ earns from subscriptions and bits for the rest of the month of January will still go to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. So we reached that 3.4 million, that new record, but we can go even higher. Let's see if we can hit 3.5. Gamers, don't go anywhere. We will be rating somebody after a quick break. But I have been ADEF. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, this afternoon, and be safe.